7 minutes past the hour. Thank you for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. Another edition has started, and we thank you so much for being with us. Well, we know the wheel of meat has spun. That's off the table, but it is going to be a fun day together. RBU this weekend has been recorded and ready to publish tomorrow morning if you're listening live. That's Saturday, the 6th of November. Hard to believe it's already November 6th coming up tomorrow. Eric Metaxas is our guest. He has his latest book out, Is Atheism Dead? We'll talk to him about that. We had him on the main show not too long ago, but we had a great long-form interview with him yesterday for RBU, so make sure that you are subscribing and getting notifications wherever you get your podcast. Also, we'll sound the alarm for Beth Mowens. Her weekend is full of action when it comes to college football, and she's got, I'm just going to say this, she's got an SEC game. That's all I'm going to say, and we'll sound the alarm a little bit later on. But coming up, you see to my right, for some reason, is hollering. I think it's because it's game day. And that is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Ham. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
We were just trying to see if you could keep. You did good. You kept in the road. We were trying to distract you while you were reading all the.
Yeah, Eddie Van Adler right in there. At first, I thought somebody fell. I didn't know what had happened.
You did good, though.
Well, I was like, good night.
We're trying to get you
on?
off in that gravel. You know how we like to do.
Yeah,
but we
tough.
still got it brought to you by deal with, so
sure.
I'll be fine.
Also, don't forget, we set clocks back an hour this weekend.
I don't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter, man. You don't affect me.
Yeah, it'd be dark earlier. Sorry, dark earlier.
I don't have any clocks in my house anymore. I have to touch, like physically touch. They all change on their own.
I got old school in the room.
I do, yeah. I have one or two.
No, even on my stove.
I have those big, Terry likes those big decorative clocks.
Oh, yeah,
that
you can hear them tick.
About as big as a person.
And you can hear the ticking.
Yeah, and those, you run on batteries and all
Granddaddy
that.
clock?
Yeah.
Is it granddaddy clock?
You know
What's
what?
it called?
Well, there are grandfather clocks.
Okay.
Pawpaw clocks. But,
Granddaddy.
But that's the wooden ones. I know Lisa's got one. It's got like a metal thing.
Oh, man.
He's got the high dollar one.
No, I used to run it like in Home Accents or Home Instead, somewhere like that, and they got those big decorative clocks.
And you can hear them tick, and that
yeah,
drives me crazy.
you can see what time it is from the other side of the city if you needed to. And but you know what, Speedy? It's as easy as that right there. So it's not like a major issue, and that's just me touching.
I think my vehicle automatically changes, which is good. And I got one in the kitchen, and then my alarm clock that I got to get. Everything else is auto.
There you go. Well, so that's happening this weekend. Greg, don't do like Greg. You don't have to wake up at 2 a.m.
Even
though
that's the official time.
Right.
Yeah.
You can do that before you go to bed. And it used to be, sadly, and I'm not proud of this. I'm not proud of it. Back in the DJ days, you'd get another hour.
Yeah.
Because you'd go to 2. And
that's right. And you would think, hey, I get an extra hour sleep in the morning.
That, and it'd stay open an extra hour.
That's true, too.
Yeah. So
one more. We're back.
Oh, it's 2 a.m. Nope, it's 1. All right. So anyway, that is happening this weekend. Looking forward to another great weekend, and then next weekend or next week I'm out. I'll be with Mom and Dad in Huntsville, home of the river, and my sister and brother-in-law are with them this week. And that we were given strict instructions, from the doctors that, I mean, your dad needs 24/7 care to make sure that there's no other issues. Hey, his heart's great, but open heart surgery, you cut through a lot to get there. And so if he falls or there's an issue, then now you got you another problem.
Yeah.
And so she took care of this week, and then I'll go up Sunday to Sunday next week, and hopefully Terry will come up.
She's going to stay up the whole week.
Oh, I got
Amanda was asking me last night, is he driving back and forth? Is he coming? She said, I know he's missing the show, but she said, is he?
This is a 24/7 thing.
Okay.
24/7.
Yeah, this is a 24. Hey, I'm here. Right. Don't get up if you gotta use the restroom. You gotta let me know. I gotta come make sure.
Is he gonna have a bail? Is he gonna text you? What's the deal?
He has both with him right now.
Because I know you can't just sit. You'll be doing yard work. You'll be doing housework.
That's right.
You may do an afternoon drive at the river.
No,
I could.
Greg. Well,
go up there and hang out with Eric West if I wanted to.
The 24/7 deal.
Hey, and I don't know what's going on with 565, but I'm gonna let me table that.
Okay.
But we got problems going westbound every night.
Why we backed up
for 2-3 miles.
Towards the city or back towards the other way?
Going out of Huntsville towards Madison, and once you get into Madison, going west, not east.
Okay.
And I mean, every time I'm coming home, you slow down. Here we go. And the detour on 36, I think it's 36. That's been jacked up forever, and so you got your. It's very limited. I know these are first world problems.
This is where he would be a perfect mayor for somebody because he sees issues like this and he don't let them go.
We ain't having this.
Yeah, he wants to get it done.
You don't like it.
Yeah, if just my past limits me from doing stuff like that. I was just too much of a hellraiser in college.
Yeah, well, you afraid that may come back?
No, I'm just kidding. But I mean,
no.
You know what I'm saying. You know what though? But
especially nowadays. Good night.
God changes those that want to be changed, and boy, He changed me for sure. So that's for the better. Thank you, Lord. So anyway, yes, I'll be up there. I'm taking pressure washer.
Okay.
I'm taking trimmer.
He's taking the pressure washer.
I told you he's gonna have that place looking like new money by the time he leaves.
Hey, Greg, look at me. It's got to happen.
I remember when you went up there
what else
either last year or a couple years ago, and you made it was like one of these home improvement shows where you go and look at the place and you're like, okay, and then he just transforms it into this beautiful. I mean, and it wasn't that it was just horrible, but there was an area where some hedges had gotten out of hand because hedges will get out of hand. They'll grow.
Well, Mom likes it.
What is it called? What are those things called? Kudzu? Was it kudzu?
No, it wasn't kudzu. It might have looked like that.
Okay.
She loves trees, and she wants all kinds of bushes and all this kind of stuff. Well, if you don't trim those, then guess what? It turns into a jungle.
Yes.
They'll take over.
And so I cut back that jungle.
And there was a beautiful brick that you could not see because of this.
Right.
So I remember it. And he went and pressure washed everything. I mean, it's like new money.
Well, that's what's going to happen again. I got to get off in there.
Cut yourself with the chainsaw again.
I hope not. I'm taking the chainsaw.
Oh,
hope not.
Hope not.
I'm going to really be careful. Try not to. You know what?
Good idea.
Well, you know what happened last time. I was being careful, but you know what? I got in a hurry.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm going to hit this. It was a little bitty, itty bitty root that was coming up, and I tried to be sharp and cut it from the backside, and it bounced back on me.
Look what happened.
Yeah, just being silly. Hey, look right here. Oh. You know?
How did you see him jump?
I didn't know that was going to happen. So I'm taking pressure washer. I'm taking chainsaw. We got weed eater, trimmer. We got.
What's the meals look like? Are you cooking?
I'm a little concerned about that
because what's your game plan there?
My
Uber Eats.
Thought you said something else.
All right, buddy's
gracious.
All right, Jonathan. Jonathan Kirk, a friend of mine, and also knew him back when I did Calvin's Playhouse. He said, "What's wrong, man? You could run for mayor with your Kango hat on. What's wrong with that?"
There you go.
But
that's Charlie Kirk's brother. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah,
sorry,
a lot of people
sorry, Jonathan. But my sister, okay, she can cook like they ain't no tomorrow. And so that's all. Every time I'm talking to Mom and Dad, they're oohing and ahhing. Oh, the food.
So they've had a good week with that.
They're going to hate to see her go.
All the food. And then here I come.
Here I come.
How
about a sandwich?
How about steakhouse?
Anybody want any protein balls?
Yeah, there it is.
How about beef tips with some baked potato, Dad? No. So I've got. I got to get in there, and I got to make it work. I don't know.
Grilled cheese sandwich is fine.
I've asked Lynn. I was like, don't hold back. Don't be scared to have leftovers. Well, first of all, and then Terry, you don't have to. I mean, but I know how you love to cook. I mean, I could take some stuff up there Saturday morning or Sunday morning when I leave.
True.
You know, and I think Terry's going to come stay a couple of days with me up there too. So, just a lot happening. That'll be next week.
Rick and Bubba.
Sing it, Greg. Sing it. I'm on fire. You could sit up. We're back on. Greg was kind of leaned back like he was at home with his leg up on the counter.
Yeah,
and I'm like, we are back on.
Yeah, we're back.
What if I said this? We're playing Bruce Springsteen for those of you I'm on fire. For YouTubers. We are back, and we thank you for being with us. 23 minutes past the hour. The Wheel of Meat has spun, so that's off the table today. But we got a lot of fun in store. RBU with Eric Metaxas. It has been recorded and ready to publish tomorrow morning. If you're listening live, it's Friday. Tomorrow is the 6th of November. It'll hit Saturday morning. Make sure that you are following the Rick and Bubba University by subscribing and getting those notifications so you know when it publishes. Also, don't forget that we are going to sound the alarm for Beth Moen's game of the weekend. It has to do with two SEC teams. That's where I'm just going to leave it there. But it's going to affect a lot of you.
And you know what bothers me about this? And I'll leave it at this. I normally don't want to watch this particular game.
Yeah.
And this is the year that I would want to.
I agree with that.
That's a good
I
point.
agree 100%.
Thought I could have something.
For those of you headed to Protective Stadium, I'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m.
Stadium
kick.
guy.
UAB host La Tech. I like the 11 o'clock games.
Oh, yeah.
What I
College
don't
football
my
been
least
on-
favorite working it. Okay, not going. My least favorite's the 2:30 kick.
Yeah,
because it takes your whole day up,
Yeah.
but on the front and back end.
Yeah.
And so the 11 o'clock kick, you get going, you're done by 2:33. And you're moving on, but it's always fun hopping around the stadium and seeing everybody. Do you know how many? Yeah, they're always
that'd be a
tough.
good ball game.
Just the way they play the game, it's like they never go away.
Blazers had to jump on them.
Yeah. Do you know how many times I hear "stay in it"? That is such. And I know that started
worse.
with Jessica White, correct? Because didn't you say in a DVD they were screaming "stay in it" when he was out cutting?
Yeah, and I can't.
And he was
remember.
he was burning out and stuff.
I don't know. There's 900 stories.
And I think one of them said, "Stay in it." I think that right.
I thought it was a power company guy that did it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I had
used to get
Jesco.
stuck,
I had
and-
Jesco doing it.
We were trying to pull ourselves out, and they said, "Don't get out of gas now. You got to stay in." They start.
Is that
screaming.
how it
I think
happened?
that's where it came.
Okay. I thought it came from Jesco.
Because I was
White.
spinning my tires out one night when we were practicing for Fat Fest, and I was down spinning my tires out in front of our practice space, and Rick and them I was showing them how you had to stay in the gas. I don't know. I may have made all that up. I can't remember.
Well, no, apparently I'm making it up because I'm misremembering it. And for those of you that don't know Jesco White, it's Jesco. It's not Jessico, it's Jesco. And here's
the Mountain Dancer.
Yeah. And here's Greg's favorite.
I said, if you want to live to see tomorrow, you better start frying them eggs a little bit better than what you're frying. And I'm tired of eating sloppy, slimy eggs.
That's
Man likes his eggs.
That's what my mom's probably going to tell me next week when I'm
Exactly.
trying to make them breakfast.
I'm going to get a butcher knife.
I'm going to get a butcher knife and I'm going to put it up. And I said,
Slimy eggs.
sloppy eggs.
That's when Jessica was young.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The first documentary before he, yeah.
And I said, I'm going to go to the Warriors game and we're going to win by 20. And I got a cool zip up and it looks sharp.
Oh, rare.
So anyway, that's there for you. Hey, look, tomorrow, in addition to UAB, there's a number of other games. The guys will go through all that when we're giving you the Beth Moen's game of the weekend. Is there anything that jumps out at y'all, or do y'all give a rip?
Auburn, Texas A&M.
Okay. All right. I like
what
that.
What time's that one?
That one is, you went off and asked me, Greg.
It's at night, isn't it?
I think so. I think it's an evening kick. And so is,
I could be wrong
so
on
is
that, by the
Beth's,
way.
but I'm not going to go into detail.
Let's just go into it here. Let's just
I'm
let's
on
give it a
fire.
little look.
Huh? What ad? What Adler?
I think you said at 2:30.
Oh, okay, 2:30.
It is. It's the CBS 2:30.
All right, boy. Back in the day when you heard Ohio State and Nebraska, you got excited. But well, there's Wake Forest undefeated. They got North Carolina. I'm not seeing anything that I care about right so far.
Yeah.
I'm just
That
moving
2:30
right on.
matchup's
There
about
is.
it for
there
me.
2:30. Auburn, Texas A&M.
There
And I,
was-
of
there
course, will
was
be
one
interested in
day-
Mississippi State, Arkansas. That's a 3:00.
Who's Alabama playing?
LSU.
LSU.
Yeah, we used to
That's what I was
say.
going to say. There was one day where that would mean something.
Yeah.
Maybe even first of the year that would have meant something.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And
So-
no World Series to watch. So,
I
wow,
know.
okay.
I talked to my dad about
I got
that
me a new
yesterday.
series I'm watching, though.
I was talking to Dad yesterday, and he goes, there's no World Series tonight. And I said, I know,
everybody
Dad.
got caught up in it.
You're excited the Braves won, but then you're like, dadgummit, there's nothing.
over.
No more. No more till March.
What series you got? You said you got a new series.
It's called Dope Sick.
Yeah.
And it's really good. It's on
Dope
Hulu.
Sick.
It's about the
You got Hulu?
opium.
Yeah, it is.
You're
It's
paying for Hulu?
I am.
When did that happen?
When I canceled Netflix and added Hulu.
Oh, my gosh.
So, hey guys, this is a phenomenal. Michael Keaton's in it. He's the main. He's one of the main characters.
So
in it.
tell me,
but it's about the opioid.
How they knew what they were doing. They
the drug companies.
They targeted these rural areas, and I saw a documentary on it, and it was.
Well, this is a movie where they play it out. A series where they play it out, and you'll know a ton of the actors in it. But Michael Keaton obviously stands out to everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's one of the main guys that fell into the trap of offering these guys, and evidently the company is. I've only watched one episode. The company is. They're basically It's an OxyContin that is only 1% or less addictive to people. Well, and it's a big lie.
Yeah.
And so they knew it when they did it, and all these people in the areas that you're talking about, your
Appalachian areas.
your farmers, your miners, these people that deal with pain, they targeted them, and it's really good. Really
and that's
good.
on Hulu.
Big money, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a
I haven't
Hulu
seen-
original.
I'm gonna watch that, but I actually saw the documentary about it.
Okay.
I forget what it was called.
We've been thinking about Hulu, so y'all.
I just
I've
did
had
it
Hulu
for
for years.
this. My mom
for
was
this?
telling me about
Okay.
this
Right.
series, and so I'm in on it.
Well,
I need
Greg, you've been
something to
talking
watch.
about it for years. There's a number of originals.
Oh yeah, they got
yes,
some
you
good
like
stuff on there.
Okay.
Dope Sick.
Dope Sick.
What it's
We'll be right
called.
back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Join us in 30 minutes from now. Thank you so much for being with us. We're kicking things off. That's kind of what we do. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. Ha! Eric McTaxis, he's with RBU this weekend. It drops tomorrow morning. Is Atheism Dead, his latest book. They go into a long-form interview with Eric. You don't want to miss that. A very good podcast for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. We'll sound the alarm for Beth Mowens. We've got a lot more going on. We're setting our clocks back this weekend, which is going to result in a few rants today. I'm sorry about that. JC, it was Tyler yesterday, asked us, he said, hey, I thought that people, we can hear you. Tyler was asking yesterday, I thought that we were trying to make a law or something where we weren't doing this time thing. And I said, son, that comes up every year.
Yeah, they took it a step further this time than they normally do, but still.
Yeah, and I'm like, it happened in Florida with Rubio. Remember, he started trying to do something, and I know in the state of Alabama that some deal was running for a while, or could we make it happen?
Boy, they'll kick a can in Congress, won't they?
Nothing ever goes, all right, that's it.
I'm going to tell you this, though, especially on border states, if they don't, the ones that are in different time zones than
Here
us,
we go.
If they don't do it too, it's going to be weird. It's like one time of the year you'll be on the same time,
right.
Another time you'll be opposite.
Yes, it's going to be the way.
So if everybody's not in,
yeah,
I think they'll everybody just go.
Just everybody.
I just like them not to talk about it.
Right. Yeah.
Anymore. Either way, I'm just tired of hearing it.
It's going to be dark early, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here come the stories about, we've got,
and then the days
we got this
naturally
bill.
start getting a little longer naturally as we head towards the spring. It's just one of them deals, Then
we've put this bill forward and blah, blah, blah. You hear that all the time around.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think there's a lot more important things to worry about than that.
If
they won't put some bills and argue,
yeah.
let's get some other, because I don't know if y'all checked out, the economy's looking good. And getting supplies and this crap about mandating if you got
guys,
let's worry about all that. I can change a clock.
The coffee shop that I frequent every morning, they don't have lids right now. They can't get lids in.
Yeah.
Lids to coffee cups.
Yeah, how does that get bogged down? I'll tell you how. It's floating off the coast out there, and they can't get in.
There's a shortage.
Did I mention that FedEx Customs called me about some chairs?
Yeah.
You did.
Okay.
And that's never –
How'd that ever play out?
No, and which kind of freaked me out a little bit. I thought for a second that I had done something majorly wrong because I've never bought something from a website,
and I got news for you.
Wayfair or Overstock.
Oh, we deal with Wayfair and all them all the time.
Well, it wasn't either one of those companies, but it was like them.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've never had anybody call me and go, hey, this is Customs, and I need to know what's in the box. What do you mean?
You need to ask who sent it.
Thank you.
And what do I know? I ordered a chair. There's a chair in the box. There it is.
But apparently, and I didn't know this, because they kind of, I wouldn't say they lied to you, but I mean they kind of did a little bit with the website. It came from like Norway or Sweden or something. It's just some chairs. There's nothing fancy.
Chairs somewhere a little closer.
And so
must be one of them Norwegian.
Well, then I
Norwegian long.
Then I get an email, and you know how people, or tell you, hey, watch out for these emails. They're trying to get information from you and all this kind of stuff. Well, I get an email that says this is FedEx.
I've never had that.
We need to talk to you about a package. And
did you go look? I ordered a chair. I'm not involved with
right. I'm like, why are you calling me?
I don't get the laws when you cross borders with products. That's not my thing. I just ordered it and swapped my card.
So finally, I start talking to the lady, and I find out, okay, it's really her. So I send her. You know what I do? I send her the link to what I bought and what it said in the description of it. And she said, okay, this is what I needed. Thank you. And I'm like, hey, by the way, it has the wrong address on there, too. It's 826, not 816. Where'd y'all get that from? She's like, well, we don't handle that. I'm like, what do you mean? She said, let me transfer you. No, don't transfer me.
I don't understand what's happening there.
I don't either. Well, so anyway, you ready for this?
I promise you, we've ordered plenty of stuff from all over the dang world.
Terry wanted 4 chairs for the dining room table. All right, we got the long bench on one side, and she wanted some other chairs. 2 boxes, 2 chairs in each box.
Some assembly required.
There it is. The base is together. You got to put the legs and all that on there. So it says that it was stuck in.
And they send that little Allen wrench with it.
Yeah, yes,
it works on everything.
Everything, and strips out, so you got to be careful.
Sure, it does.
So I get notification because they gave me the tracking number. So I kept tracking and refreshing with FedEx or whatever. It's still in Sweden, still there, or Denmark or somewhere. I don't know.
You need to find a chair
and so I'm like, what in the world? So you know what I had? I was calling to cancel it. I was going like, look, it's still there. It hadn't even left, and so
Customs has called me.
I'm done. All right, that's what it was. So
Did you feel like they were smuggling?
So I refreshed yesterday. You know where it said it was?
Where?
Newark, New Jersey. And I'm like, well, how the heck did it get over there that quick? Good night.
They finally got a ship in.
You want to know? Probably 20 minutes after that, what I saw? FedEx pulling up in the street at the Cove, and he's just walking around with a box like he's lost.
Did you go, hey, pal?
And
is that from Sweden?
And I noticed he kept looking over at me. Because, we're like, with FedEx and UPS,
they never did fix the address.
Terry orders so much, they know us.
Oh,
you know
absolutely.
What I mean?
I'm on first name basis with all of them.
And then finally,
I feeding my dog when they come up. I give him a biscuit.
I make eye contact with him. He looked at me and goes, "You're Wilburn, right?" "Yeah." "I think they got the address wrong. It's got 816. I said, "Wait a minute. Are those chairs?"
So I told him.
I thought they were in Newark, New Jersey. He goes, "Well, all I got's one box." And so apparently,
part of them's there.
So we got two yesterday.
They have any coffee cup lids?
Yeah, check with them, see if he's headed to Panera.
But he said, hey, it's a mess. He said, it's a mess. And he said, look, I've tried to take care of this box. When it got to us,
it had quite a trip.
If this box could talk, it'd be like, you don't know what I've been through.
Yeah, I have been. Think about where it started and all the stops it's made. And his buddy ain't even here yet.
No.
His buddy's in New Jersey.
Lost.
Yeah.
I
got him being buddies.
I told Terry, I said, let me tell you what's going to happen with this. I'm about to open this box, and these chairs are going to be in two pieces.
Yes, and I've had that happen.
Yeah, and I can't believe it. They weren't.
Let me tell you what don't do. Don't order something, and it arrives, and you don't need it right then. This was a baby bed, by the way, before Ellis was born.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't check it. And then it came time, I opened the box, and it's broke. And I've already gone past ever how many days they give you.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, don't do
That's
that.
not
You might want
good.
to check it. If you're going to use it later and you don't need it now, go ahead and check it. I learned that the hard way.
That's not good.
Yeah. Lisa was excited about that. Why didn't you check it? I just assumed people did their job and it wasn't broke.
Well, you just assume I got the box and I'll open it when we're ready. So you're saying
I did.
you should have opened it and checked it first.
Yeah, because after a certain date, they go, too bad, so sad.
So sad, yeah. All right. Well, so we'll just see if we get the other box. And I understand there's a bigger problem. But to Helmsy's point about
Well, did they
the
not
shipping
leave at
and
the
all
same
that,
time?
I don't understand how they got separated. I don't know. I know they're lonely. The one that's still stuck in Newark, New Jersey.
You got two things. You got, obviously we're having a problem with the people working and trying to get stuff here. And you also have people half-a doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are working, not everybody, but you come across some people who don't care.
I don't see a whole lot of people getting after it.
They don't care.
I really don't.
Mm.
And it's in the
here's
industry.
2 chairs. I don't know where the other 2 are. They'll get there eventually.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. There's a nurse shortage, and I found myself wanting to complain one time with my dad, and then I saw one of the other little angels come walking through the door that was a nurse, and she was talking about how understaffed they are and how they're loading more patients on them and stuff, and she just never stopped. I went, never mind.
I asked
what am I thinking?
There's always been.
It don't matter. I can't hear the volume on TV. Not a big deal.
Right.
There's always been a nursing shortage, but not to a point where
Not
people
like
are
this.
just, because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a recruiter for nurses last week, and I just asked, I said, she's talking about going to different schools and whatever, and I said, what is the deal? Like, I know nursing schools are full of students, so what's going on? And she said they just don't want to work. They get out of college and they don't want to go to work.
Yeah.
From nursing
we'll have
school
these, we'll have these seminars, and
Really?
they just want to go. They're either looking to get married or they're whatever, or they're even getting a different industry.
So
they've gone through nursing school,
and that's a tough school.
Yeah, and she was. I couldn't believe what she was saying.
Can you put that on hold as a nurse? Can you get through nursing school and then go, all right, I'm going to put that on hold and maybe come back to it? Or do you have
as long
to
as you take your boards and keep up with all your certifications
Okay.
and stuff? Sure, yeah.
Wow. Well, I found myself wanting to complain, and then I told myself to shut up.
Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
he just helped at the bathroom.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
buddy.
said, never mind.
And to your point, you just try to figure out what the TV's, what they're doing.
I don't
on
need
there.
a nurse to come show me how to use the remote. I'll just figure it out.
Yeah.
She's got other things to do.
Well, because he was visually impaired, they had to switch everything because for the the call button for the nurse.
Oh, yeah.
And had to switch how that worked, which affected the volume of the TV. It was just a mess.
You were mad about it.
No, I just seated in silence.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Didn't Sam Hunt play UAB?
He did.
I thought so.
He was a quarterback.
Yep, we're playing Sam Hunt here. As we roll on back, this portion of the show brought to you by candidco.com/Bubba. That's candidco.com/Bubba. You know, in some ways it feels like the year just started, but hey, holidays are coming.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And you want to make sure that during the holidays, maybe you give yourself the gift of a pretty smile or, you know, taking care of yourself. Yeah. And candidco.com/Bubba can help. They're here. Give you a little bit of confidence. Hey, a lot of pictures.
You don't look like a jack-o'-lantern.
No, you don't, and you don't want to take pictures with your, you know, smiling with your mouth closed.
Yeah, Christmas sweater on, jacked up teeth.
Yeah. But anyway, candidco.com/Bubba is where you go. You can book an appointment at Candidco studio near you and do everything from the comfort and convenience of your own home as well. The average treatment takes about 6 months. 6 months, I should say. And as listeners of the show and viewers, you get with your aligner treatment, you also get teeth whitening for free. And right now you can save $70 on your starter kit when you get started from your home or book an appointment at the studio near you. And don't put it off any longer. Let's get straightened up with your teeth where you can have a pretty smile. Save $75 on the starter kit right now at candidco.com/Bubba with code Bubba. That's candidco.com/Bubba, promo code Bubba. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Maybe this holiday season, give yourself a gift and get started with them today. All right.
Good job, Speedy.
As we roll on by.
You did a good job. I always try to sidetrack him.
I got good news for you.
That wasn't genuine, though.
Yeah, it was.
You got your liner voice going.
You didn't think he
did
good?
No, throat needs to be cleared. Huh?
You didn't think he did good?
No, I think he did wonderful, but that was fake what you just did.
Yeah, kind of.
Well,
I was trying to encourage you.
For just a split second, he was encouraging.
Nobody takes it serious, Greg, because they don't see it coming.
Okay, all right, I didn't mean it.
You sounded like a robot. That was good,
That was good, Speedy.
You did great. I got good news for you, Zip Up.
What?
PJ Fleck has been taken care of. Have you seen this 7-year contract extension at Minnesota?
See, I don't want to hear that because I want to see him in the SEC at some point.
I feel bad for PJ.
There was rumors.
He hung there for 7 years.
Goodness gracious.
I don't mean to be mean.
Hey, look, I'm going to tell you right now.
He's done about all you can do with him.
Yes,
do some of these coaches love when big profile coaches that have really good jobs get fired? Because it gives them leverage to stay where they're at.
Yeah, when their name starts coming up for all these vacancies.
And his name was coming up for LSU and USC.
Yeah.
And Minnesota said, not so fast, my friend.
There's going to be a lot of people that take those two schools and use them to their benefit.
The new 7-year deal keeps Fleck at Minnesota through the 2028 season.
Good God, that's got to be depressing.
I mean,
I know it's a lot of money, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's in the middle of his 5th season at Minnesota. Did y'all think
5th?
Yeah.
Did y'all think that he would have Minnesota fighting a little bit harder in the Big Ten?
No, because it's Minnesota. I knew they'd have maybe 1 or 2 good years.
He came out of the gate. You remember when they beat Auburn in the bowl game and all this and that. But then, not that they've been bad.
I know,
but they've been Minnesota.
I know they were 11-2 in 2019.
I think that's as good as you get at Minnesota. I think he's done all you can do at Minnesota.
He's 32-21 at Minnesota.
Anybody else won 11 games in season in Minnesota?
Probably not. No.
They're 6-2 right now. That's not bad.
Oh, they'll have.
What about the guy that used to pass out on the sideline all the time?
I forgot his name.
Hey,
you're right, he would.
Listen, he's coaching somewhere else. He took TCU. He's the interim now. That Patterson.
That was a strange
Kiel,
deal. We didn't give that enough. I don't. Yeah, it was Kiel.
Yeah. Well, I think he said he's the interim. I don't know if he still passes out. Remember, that would be crazy. They'd be during the game, all of a sudden you'd look and they'd have to haul him off, and then you look, he'd be back.
Was he on the staff with them, or they just brought him?
I think he was on the staff.
That was scary when he.
Yes,
it was.
But he was good with it.
Yeah, so apparently Minnesota beat, and I didn't know this, but they beat Northwestern Saturday. It was a big win to give them their 6th win, which means they're bowl eligible. And the program said, "We want to keep you, buddy. We're here to rumor."
And I think I do think it's great when coaches go.
We want to row the boat from this point forward.
For some reason, he has said this, and I didn't know that I believed it, but this kind of evidence shows that it kind of come to fruition. When he said he had a list of schools that he would like to go to, it was his dream jobs, and Minnesota was on that list. And when he said that, I thought, really? Who puts Minnesota, the Golden Gophers, on their list as a dream school? Well, evidently, when you make decisions like this, it does seem like that was the case.
Let me ask you this, because I know
and like we said, hey,
Not a whole lot of pressure.
Not a lot of pressure there.
Right.
You got to beat Northwestern. You don't have to worry about Alabama and LSU.
That's right.
Correct.
I mean,
let me ask you this, and tell me where y'all land on this. All right, if you had an opportunity, because I know as a coach, it's intriguing to go, I want to be at the biggest, baddest school there is. All right, and I get that, and the pay's probably more and everything. But would you rather go, I could have a career job where I'm not moving my family all over the place every 2 years?
Yes, sign me up for that.
I could go to a Minnesota. I could go somewhere like that, be bowl eligible every year, have a surprise win or two that folks that an upset.
Yeah.
But I could keep my job forever.
Yeah.
And have longevity there. Versus, all right, I want to leave, Mississippi State and go to Florida, and now I might get fired.
Exactly.
I mean,
I think I'm still coaching ball, and I'm still.
Yeah.
I mean, we all want to win the ultimate prize, but I mean, if you're in a place that you like and you have support from the administration,
sure,
and you like the group of kids you get coming through, that
I mean, but now don't get me wrong. Every year you start and you want to win the championship.
Absolutely.
All right, but it might not fall out.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and you might have, as they did, a good year and only have 2 losses.
Yeah.
But in most years you might have 4 or 5 losses, but you might be 7-5 or 8-3 or something like that. Go to a pretty good bowl, and everybody's happy.
Just the way it looked, the path it looked that he was on.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't going to be he was going to be the guy that went to a big time SEC school or even a big time Big Ten
his name
school,
was tied to
and then probably going to end up in the NFL at some point. That was kind of the track that he was on, and he just has kind of said he's doing what. Amazing concept. He's doing what he said he would do.
Right.
Yeah, which is rare.
It is.
But his name being floated around and rumors of him leaving to go to LSU and USC,
leverage.
It helped him.
Yes.
It helped
Absolutely.
him.
Yes.
It helped him.
I mean, Nick Saban's he's number 1 on USC's list. I
mean, speaking of that, so the Ruggs story.
Man.
And it's awful. Yesterday, a video was released of him, sitting in the road, crying, and the car is on fire behind him. It's just awful. Coach Saban was asked about it in his weekly press conference. It was the last question of the day. I thought he handled it well, and we'll play that during the big show. What else could you say?
Yeah.
I mean, basically the highlights were praying for the victims, also praying for Ruggs. I mean,
sure.
We try to tell these boys that decisions have consequences, and some consequences are life changing, like this one. And you try to make the best decision, hold each other accountable, and help each other. But that was kind of the base of what his response was, and I thought it was a good one. So. But yeah, the video that's coming out now of that is just awful. Just keeps getting worse.
Yeah, it does.
Also, speaking of bad, this Alec Baldwin thing. It's like, hey, whose fault is it that he had a gun that went off and a round was in it? This is what The Rock says about what he's going to do going forward. Take a listen.
I can't speak for anyone else, but I can tell you, without an absence of clarity here, that any movie that we have moving forward with $7 Productions, any movie, any television show, or anything we do or produce, we won't use real guns at all. We're going to switch over to rubber guns, and we're going to take care of it in post. We're not going to worry about the dollars. We won't worry about what it costs. And when something like this happens, this magnitude, this heartbreaking, I think the most prudent thing and the smartest thing to do is just pause for a second and really re-examine how you're going to move forward and how we're going to work together.
I got to tell you, I was surprised that they had real guns anyway. I didn't know what they used. The real guns with real ammunition on set.
Yeah, I don't get why you would have live rounds on the set. If you want to use a real gun with a blank in it because it's authentic. Again, this is easy to not happen.
Yeah,
I mean, especially with today's technology.
Right. Exactly. I mean, even if you use real guns, this should never happen.
No.
I mean, there's so many checks in line that would avoid this whole situation.
So I guess though, using the rubber guns and stuff, it's more expensive. It sounds like because you got to go in post production. Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. The main show will start. Rick and Bubba, come get settled in here. Just mere moments away. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour has begun. And we're going to start this hour. And we'll start it with the national anthem. Brand new Rick and Bubba hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. Time for Rick and Bubba University to hand out more degrees in common sense, if you are willing, and so join us as we go forward. Speedy is with us, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. They've already given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. So if you heard that, or you've been watching that, we're glad that you are here. We'll unpack another one. We'll set you up for the weekend. We will warn two fan bases who's been assigned Beth Mowens. Oh, and it is not good. Oh, this is bad. I got to tell you something. I know that we can be heard or seen anywhere now with all the new technology, but man, this is some of our home bases here. This is not good. Oh, this is bad. So we'll sound that alarm for you today, but let's get the whole team on the field here for Team Rick and Bubba. There he is, Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in and get you a double helping.
I got going, but the going just got tough. Morgan. There's old Bill Bubba Bussey ready to go.
Yeah, bet you.
There he goes. Looking, you on the hill. You're on the balls of your feet.
Hey, here we go.
Let's go. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is recorded and ready to go this weekend. We had him on the big show right before this book came out, but it's out now. We interviewed author, radio host,
All around good guy.
All around good. Kicked off YouTube, Eric Metaxas.
Yeah, he's funny guy.
And we talk. The book is Atheism Dead? And you'll hear him attempt to talk like Bubba and me and be drawn to our Southern accent. But more importantly, he is saying atheism, in his humble opinion, due to science, has been proven to be false. And so I think you'll enjoy jumping into that interview, and I think I definitely are going to order me a copy of the book. We didn't get Sherry was asking me yesterday. She goes, "Y'all didn't get a copy of the book?" I said, "We didn't get one." So we'll, I guess I could do like I'm supposed to, go out and buy it. So anyway, I think it's a incredibly valuable resource. So always good to have those kind of things in your arsenal in the times in which we live, or if you're kind of seeking on your own, whether you think God really is who Scripture says He is, and is there any proof to support that in the all-loving but ever-changing science.
Yes.
I had a conversation last night, and I said, no, we're not following the science. We're in a time where everybody's following their preferred science.
Yes.
So, that's
big difference.
And, Bubba, as you taught me over the years, that's not pure science.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
That's just another agenda, and propaganda is all that is. So
yeah, we had a great time with Eric. He's a funny guy. He's entertaining. He's very, very smart, and just a great conversation with him on a lot of topics. And he makes fun of the way Rick talks.
Yep. And I tell you what else I love is we've played it over and over again. Is that day that he said that to Don Lemon?
Yes.
Do you remember Don Lemon's face?
Yes.
When he said that about how Democrats care about kids, and Eric Metaxas says, "Well, if they can survive the wound."
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Don Lemon, you remember Don Lemon just looking at him?
It was a great comment.
So true. So true. A lot today. We have more Fauci and Rand Paul squaring off, and it's getting better every time.
I love it.
That is a good one. By the way, more arrests announced in the Steele dossier, Russia probe that was fake. We knew it was at the time. More people being arrested and charged in that. So more about that. And, Rick, on a sad note, we are going to say goodbye to daylight savings time. The switching of the clock. It still amazes me that we are fooling with this in the year 2021. It's going to be something that if the Lord allows civilization to continue, they're going to look back and they're going to be as puzzled by it as we were some of the things that they did back in the pioneer days.
Well, in celebration, what I did is I'm going to see my doctor today to have leeches placed on me, and I rode a horse into work.
Right, right. So might as well stay with that.
Yeah, so I'm going to get a good leech bleed today, and I'm going to ride my horse because I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't even know what to say about it. I would like an update from my home state of Sweet Home, Alabama. I thought we were moving to not change anymore, and I know the last step was to go before Congress. Did they ever even agree to hear it? I don't know why, if you're trying to stay on daylight savings time, Congress has to say something about it. But
yeah, I know that several of our representatives have said things about it. Our Congressman Mike Rogers was even quoted on some things this weekend, but I just don't know why we can't get anything done. It's like it's like the weather. Everybody's talking about it, nobody's doing it.
Well, you and I trying to get our state to change this, and then the government, I guess, to allow it, which is weird. You know what it feels like, and I don't mean to kick you when you're down,
right?
But it's like being a Vikings fan. I see us driving, but I know we're not going to score.
Yeah. There's no need to get excited.
Right, yeah,
it's just going to be this ridiculous thing that we keep doing that has really no advantage now, no place in society as we know it.
No.
And it's mind blowing. And the statistics, Rick,
whatever, just we know what you mean.
I'm glad
stats
are absolutely fantastic in their agreement that it causes problems when we change the clock. Either way, heart attacks go up, car wrecks go up.
I just think it's just
the whole thing. It's just as humans, we have an internal clock, and we're just messing with it. And that's the one thing you don't want to do with it is mess with it.
Well, it's real simple for me. I just think it's stupid. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not going to do the whole thing about how the seasons, they come up with how much daylight we get, not what the clock says. And so leave it alone. And the thing for me is all other things aside is where we live beginning Sunday, you'll be trying to do something that you need daylight for, and you'll realize that by the time 4:30 gets here,
it's over.
Your daylight is over.
You're done, buddy. Get it in early.
If you're a vitamin D person, it hurts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the weekend for falling back with the clock. So those of you that are in states that still do this archaic ritual, enjoy that this week, especially if you're this far east like us. Goodbye daylight. But anyway, so as we come back, we got a couple things to unpack. I got a couple of updates. I did get to the bottom yesterday on why the antibodies test thing was confusing. And once again, I think I'm starting to become, because I'm a good one, I think I'm starting to become like, you know how sometimes companies, they have people that work for them that go in and try to reveal the problems that a company has. Like I'm a fake customer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I come into your store and I pretend to be a customer, but I'm really representing the company. And so I go in and then I come back and say, here's where we got problems.
Rick, you're a secret shopper.
Yeah, I think that's happening for me because, you know, I revealed the problems that the Southern Company had in their billing. And when somebody's, if you try to go paperless and there's still some flaws and you know, how you can't pay your bill over the phone and this kind of stuff. You remember they said, hey, you've helped us here.
Yeah.
We wish that you weren't such an idiot, but the fact that you're an idiot, it really has helped us find where we have some problems. So the same thing has happened with this, you know, and I mean, Helmsley's about to have a conniption. He's almost going to break his friendship with me because I can't figure the portal out. So anyway, what's happened with the medical world? No. Remember when I said, I think I went in and did it right, but nothing's happening. Okay. Well, I finally just had somebody call, said, hey, we heard you talking about this on the show.
Really?
Yeah. We got your message that you wanted to have an antibodies test. And I think we started the system of contacting you and giving you options on when to do it. And I said, no, I don't have anything.
Your number was wrong in the portal.
So here's the deal. What was happening is, and they've admitted this could be problematic. You do know that now living in America is like trying to travel to a third world country. In America, we want you to take as many jabs and shots as you possibly can. I mean, we can't wait to give you a shot over something. It's almost like to live in America, you got to take as many shots if you want to go visit a third world country, okay? Well, what happens is, I guess some timer goes off when flu season is approaching, and they start pressuring you to take the flu shot.
Correct.
Okay?
Yep, they do.
So when the automated response to contact me is the same automated response, I guess, that starts after me about the flu shot. Hey, your health providers, you need to come get your flu shot. You need to come get. So when I saw that,
you get a text.
Yeah, and I was like, well, that's not it, you know, and because it wasn't, hey, Mr. Burgess, we got your message. Here's when you can come have your antibodies test,
appointment request, whatever.
It just kept telling me about flu shots. So I'm like, well, that's not it. Then I get a voice message. Check the portal. Your health provider has something about
your message,
something about your health. Well, all this is flu shots. I'm like, well, this isn't what I asked about. So I kept saying I guess I didn't do it right. But what they discovered was all of that, they mixed flu shot stuff in on their automated response with, oh, yeah, we got your request.
You stopped at flu shot.
Yeah, and I just thought, well, that can't be it.
Yeah.
and she said, probably we don't want to use the same response to try to tell you two different things.
No, probably not.
Because nothing in there said, got your request.
Right.
Yeah.
And here's our response. Come in and get it done on your time. Here's where you go.
Mm-hmm.
And we've turned it in, meaning that the lab has it, so it doesn't really matter when you go.
Yeah.
Your request is now there, and they know what you want.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, nothing in the message just said that. So all it said was, healthcare provider has a message for you. Well, then I kept getting a message from my healthcare provider saying, come get your flu shot. Yeah. So I keep thinking, that's the same thing, but it wasn't.
Okay.
So
figure that one out.
Yeah,
Problem solved.
Right.
Well, I got to ask a question. Are you going to get the flu shot?
No, but I will. You know, there may come someday that I will. You know, I just don't have a great history with the flu shot, and it doesn't seem to be. They seem to have a hard time nailing what strand of the flu's coming in.
We just seem.
I got to see a little more success from it, and And I also got to forget that the only year I took the flu shot's the year I got sick.
Amanda has to get it every year because of what she does, and this was this week where she was required to do it. And I said, "Great, that means you're gonna feel bad the next couple of days." No. Well, guess what? Within 12 hours, feeling bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
I got it.
Does it seem like we're a little jab crazy right now? I mean, everybody's
That was my point.
we got to have anywhere from 1 to 6 COVID shots.
Yeah.
Then we've got flu we're pushing. Got that. Hey, shingles? Do you have
Shingles,
chicken
get
pox
you-
when
get
you're a
you-
kid? You need this.
Get your pneumonia vaccine, your shingle
Pneumonia.
vaccine, your
Good
flu
night.
vaccine, one of 3 different COVID vaccines. Like I said, it's going to be like living in a third world country.
Yeah,
I mean, you're going to have to line up and take so many shots. I mean, it's just like
malaria.
What shot do I need to protect my liver from all the other shots I've had?
I think I took less shots to go to Africa than I've been being pressured to take to stay here.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So anyway, that's what happened.
But we got to the bottom of it.
We did. So,
But it was you, the power
bragging, that's just
of
what
the show.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't talk about it, you still think they want you to get a flu shot.
well, I will say this, and I hate to be this person because I'm all about it. When things become where they work properly and they're life changing, I'm all about them. But in this particular case, that one voice message and that one phone call really cleared up a lot of very confusing automated responses.
Yeah.
Why? Because a person actually communicated to me what I needed to do. That was very helpful. And her English was outstanding. So it was.
That helps. That's a
yeah,
big help.
I could understand what she was saying. That was big.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but I'm the problem. I know. I know that I'm coming. I'm getting better. It seemed like that the desire to get me the flu shot seemed to take precedent over. Here's when you come to get your antibodies.
Right.
Just
somebody tried to give me one when I was pumping gas the other
right.
day.
Right.
Yeah.
Take this while you pump.
Well, it worries me because where I usually get gasoline here near the studio today, it says all their pumps are out of order this morning. They got big signs on them, which that hurt because I plan to fill up right there.
Yeah.
But
You messed your day up.
it said the pumps are out of order, but we do have flu shots and a COVID booster. So anyway, and I looked.
Come on in.
I looked, and Larry Wayne was in there, I guess, ready to give it to me.
Give 'em the cap on.
But I mean, so I'm not the only one. It's starting to feel like, I mean, enough with the shots.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a lot of shots going on. I mean, these are all things that I seem to have been able to persevere through, but now it's
It just seems like they're hitting us with a lot. And again, I think this goes back to good marketing and wise counsel. Maybe the higher-ups that decide our medical fortunes should go, guys, I think we're hitting them with too many things. Let's choose what's really important and let everything else be secondary.
And
I mean, that would just be my advice.
And I would think that getting to the end of the pandemic would be your number one, then everything else kind of falls.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, 35 minutes past the hour. Car Shield teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, what's up with the Car Shield? You haven't heard about this? Some of you said, yeah, Rick, I've heard about it. All right, well, if you haven't, and if you have, are you going to respond? Because once your automobile leaves the protection of the manufacturer's warranty, or any warranty that maybe a used car lot may have put on it, once that's over, then whatever happens with that automobile, you're going to be paying for it. So why don't you go to carshield.com right now, use the code Bubba. We'll save you 10% on the protection plan that you so desire. And if you're under the Car Shield protection plan and it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly, and then you get a rental car at no extra charge to you. You get 24/7 roadside assistance as long as you're under the protection of a Car Shield protection plan. And that's no additional charge. So why don't you call right now, 1-800-665-2157. Mention Bubba, save 10%, or if you go to carshield.com and use the code Bubba, you will also save 10%. There's a link to be found as well by simply going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I know we just can't get enough of Fauci and Rand Paul. We just can't get enough of it. I mean, the more we can hear that, the better. I think even Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville got in on this a little bit and asked some questions to Fauci this round. So here he comes, the high priest of health, Dr. Fauci. Now, as this show has said, and others many times, we are no longer doing this with that's your opinion when it comes to Dr. Fauci as far as the Wuhan Institute and the research that was being funded by the National Health, or was it
National Institute of Health, the NIH.
NIH, yeah.
You know, Fauci is like the highest paid governmental employee we have. The highest, number one.
Unbelievable.
Huh?
Well, I find that to be problematic.
That is problematic.
Anecdotal. But anyway, so Rand Paul.
You're wrong.
Rand Paul he wants Dr. Fauci to just admit that they were funding the gain-of-function research in Wuhan. It wasn't as safe as it should have been, and it got out.
Nutshell, they were paying for them to play with viruses, and one got away.
Right. And he just wants
that's what caused the pandemic.
And he just wants Fauci to admit it.
Yep.
And Fauci has kind of, but not really, sort of, all that problematic, anecdotal.
Well, check out these exchanges are now my favorite political / medical / science commentary we have.
So here is Rand Paul grilling Fauci, saying, "I want you to accept responsibility." Here we go.
I have not changed the definition any definition. On the same day the NIH said that, yes, there was a gain of function in Wuhan, the same day the definition appeared, the new definition, to try to define away what's going on in Wuhan. Until you accept it, until you accept responsibility, we're not going to get anywhere close to trying to prevent another lab leak of this dangerous sort of experiment. You won't admit that it's dangerous, and for that lack of judgment, I think it's time that you resign.
Thank you, Senator Paul, and I would like to give the time to Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, well, there were so many things that are egregious misrepresentation here, Madam Chair, that I don't think I'd be able to refute all of them, but just a couple of them for the listeners to hear for. You have said that I am unwilling to take any responsibility for the current pandemic. I have no responsibility for the current pandemic. The current pandemic, okay? Number two, you said the overwhelming amount of evidence indicates that's a lab leak. I believe most card-carrying viral phylogenists and molecular virologists would disagree with you that it is much more likely, even though we leave open all possibilities, it's much more likely that this was a natural occurrence. Third, you say we've
tested 80,000 animals and no animals have been found with COVID.
Senator Paul, the time is for.
And third, you made a statement just a moment ago that's completely incorrect, where you say we continue to support research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
You approved it in August of last year.
No, your statement says, quote, I wrote it down as you were writing. You continue to support research that the Wuhan Institute of Virology...
You were in committee a month ago and said you still trust the
completely-
Chinese scientists and you still support the research over there. You said it a month ago
Senator
in committee.
Paul, I have allowed Dr. Fauci to respond. You've had your time. I'm going to give him.
He's
one
going to
more
be
minute.
dishonest. He ought to be challenged.
Senator Paul, we will allow Dr. Fauci to respond after you've given accusations like that. Dr. Fauci.
Well, I don't have any more to say except to say that, as usual, and I have a great deal of respect for this body of the Senate, and it makes me very uncomfortable to have to say something, but he is egregiously incorrect in what he says. Thank you.
See, if you're paying attention, Fauci is now doing the famous
bait and switch on my debate.
The shuck and jive. I'm now playing with words. Now, you said I'm currently still supporting.
That I said what you said that I said back in August.
Yeah, but remember,
that's not current.
And so what he's saying is...
That's absolutely what that was.
Right. And so what Rand Paul's saying, well, you said that. He goes, no, you said currently. And remember what he says, I'm not responsible for the current pandemic. I guess he's talking about the variant and all this stuff. But he's trying to play games, and so he can somehow say something that he's not really saying, but say it.
Yeah.
And so we all know what's going on here. And I did see this. We don't have video of this, but it was sent to me an email from I guess Tuberville's
Do we have it? Let's hear it.
Well, it's not here. No, I'm just saying I have
the video's got to be out there somewhere.
But
I did accidentally cut off the very end of that last clip. If you want to hear Rand Paul's last words, I did accidentally cut that off.
Okay, all right.
Give me one second.
What's that?
He's. I hear him yelling at himself.
Okay. Yeah,
but Rick, here's
egregiously incorrect in what he says. Thank you.
History will figure that out on its own.
So we will.
But again, we go back. If Fauci, and this is what look, I don't know viruses. I'm not a virologist. I'm not a card-toting virologist or whatever.
Whoa.
I can't even say it. But I do know this. If Fauci, day one, had been open and transparent and say, we did have some experiments going on there that we funded, but it has nothing to do with this virus. It's another virus, and we were doing some experimentation, but it had nothing to do with the COVID virus. At least he would have credibility in this. The fact that he did not come forth with that information means he was trying to cover his butt.
Right.
Okay? Everything else, you hear the play on words. It's like if you said, Bubba, you stole a bike, and I went, I stole a bike in August, not today.
Are you saying I stole a bike today? And I'm like, no, I'm talking about you just stole one.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a great bob and weave debate technique that you try to narrow down what they're saying to a time period. And thus you can deny it because it's not in that time period.
All right, I'm sorry. I was getting Tuberville.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I've got the quotes right here.
I'd love to hear what he said to Fauci.
Yeah. Do you want? I mean, I'm looking at it right now.
Go ahead.
Would y'all rather? Because I didn't know what. But the bottom line is this: just to put it in a nutshell, is that Fauci, Tuberville asked him, "What kind of biological research in China are we conducting as we speak?" And of course, Fauci loved that because he was saying, "Well, we're not funding the Wuhan Institute anymore." Everybody underline that.
Right.
That's for sure. But I can't testify to the scope of research that goes on beyond what the NIH funds. And then Tuberville asked him, are you communicating with China? And then Fauci says, well, yeah, we communicate a lot with them. Certainly that's been a lot of stress and strain right now when you talk about the Wuhan situation. He said, but our colleagues in Shanghai, our colleagues in Beijing, I'd underline that, we communicate with them all the time. The Chinese have a very, very fine Center of Disease Control Prevention. I would not agree with that. Modeled after our own CDC. Well, that's comforting. And our CDC is in very good collaboration and cooperation with them. And then Tuberville says this, which Fauci agrees with. I just think they didn't let us in early. If they had, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe the world wouldn't be in this situation we're in. I hope you would agree with that. They just kind of shut us off and didn't give us the access we should have had. And Fauci says, no, absolutely, which I don't know, that's not the right response. And we want to find all the information we can. And the NIH and the entire HHS has been very much in favor of all transparency and getting to know all the information of what's going on in China. We're all very much in favor of that. we do want more transparency.
Well, it would start with you, Fauci. You're head of that group, by the way.
Right,
We're
right.
not talking like this is some third party.
Right.
And
So-
they even come out, and that's one part you didn't see in this. Fauci, Rand Paul had up what the NIH had said, that when they were going, we're distancing ourselves from Fauci.
Yep. So I think again, nobody will just talk straight, but I think we can all figure out what the deal is.
Song and dance.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm going to just ask you straightforward here, what kind of biological research is China actually conducting as we speak that we know of?
Well, right now, when you say China is well beyond the Wuhan situation. There's research that goes on collaboratively with the United States, not only with NIH, but with any of a number of organizations, including the CDC, where we have Chinese researchers. The funding that goes on right now, that was just mentioned with Dr. Paul, we are not funding the Wuhan Institute anymore, that's for sure.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We will be chatting with you before the day is done on this edition of Rick and Bubba. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend, and looking at Eric Metaxas. His book is Atheism Dead. Interesting comment and interesting book. We'll discuss that with Metaxas over the weekend, and looking forward to being up in beautiful High Point, North Carolina tonight, Green Street Baptist Church, men's conference. I'll be speaking to the men tonight and then tomorrow morning. Looking forward to traveling to see all of you. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful weekend there. And then Sherry's headed up to Union City, Tennessee, where you hear us on KYTN. She'll be speaking at a women's luncheon tomorrow as well with Calvary Baptist Church. Those details can be found right there at burgessministries.com under upcoming events, or rickandbubba.com under events as well. All right, so we move from trying to get a COVID update to the climate change. As we live in this fake world where everything is bizarro. We're trying to be sold on a lot of things that don't seem to be true. But here we are with the climate change bunch. Bubba, in their crosshairs, they have now placed the Democrat that is hated by all Democrats, Joe Manchin. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Man-made. Burn. Joe Manchin seems to be one of the few, somewhat pure Democrat. Hey, look, I'm a Democrat. I'm not a Republican, but I'm not a socialist. I'm not a nut job, and I do have some form of common sense that money does not grow on trees, and we cannot drive our currency down to no value and continue to build this overwhelming debt as a country. And there's certain things that the central government we just can't just be.
It's pretty much overwhelming already.
And buddy, he you talking about somebody vilified by the far leftists?
Well, he's holding up. Him and the senator from Arizona are holding up the Build Back Better crazy spending plan, and of course he's become the target of a lot of the far left, progressive idiots, whatever you want to call them.
Yep.
And this is funny to me because they surrounded his car. First off, they were harassing him on his boat the other day. We had that footage.
Well, isn't this what Maxine Waters told them to do?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
anytime that state
not to Democrats. This was supposed to be to Republicans.
Yeah.
And they they just harass him everywhere he goes.
Right.
And he was in a parking garage and was trying to get out, and they surrounded his car, standing in front of it, and then accused him of trying to run them over. Well, let me tell you.
This is all the same day here, what they're saying, too.
Let me tell you, hey, brain dead, let me clue you in on something.
Right.
If you stand in front of somebody's car, you're asking to be run over. He should have plowed you.
Right. It is funny.
That is not,
and he was creeping
That
up,
is
too.
not democracy. That is not free speech. When you move into the harassment area, that's past that. You can't do that. And you're lucky Joe Manchin is as nice as he is to you bunch of crazies.
Yeah, well, let me say this. I will, and Greg said this in the break. They seem to be terrified that
Look at him laying on his hood.
That man-made global warming is going to kill them. Not as quick as that car will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You jump in front of that car, you're going to lose.
Right. I'd stay out in front of an automobile.
And you don't got to wait till 2050 to have a result on
and
that.
And so what did they think is going to happen? Look,
security's trying to push them to the side, and they can't get them out of the way.
Why would they? So I'm in front of your car, and I'm not going to move until you do what?
You need to vote and pass this Build Back Better and all this stuff. You need to help us in your expensive car and your expensive suit. What about me? You're killing people if you don't vote for. That's what they're screaming.
Can I say
blah blah blah?
They just want to harass you.
That's what it is, Greg.
But let me tell you, I think I know Joe Manchin's type. I know his generation. You're not helping your cause by harassing him. he's
Blah,
only going to
blah,
dig
blah.
in more against you.
Blah, blah, blah.
Because Joe Manchin, Democrat or not, is not into this kind of harassment.
No. I will probably disagree with Joe Manchin on a lot of things.
About 4 of them would need knee surgery if that was me.
Yeah, but I think he does have some concept of common sense that certain things, no matter how emotionally you may want them, will destroy the country, will destroy the constitutional republic. And so I will. Can I take this on too in the fake world we're living in?
Sure.
And I'm just going to ask you a question. It doesn't matter how you vote or what you think. Just I'm talking about results, okay?
Look at this.
Results is I went to try to get gasoline this morning. The Biden administration is using a term that doesn't seem to be sound. Build back better. Does this feel better? Does this feel that we're building back better? What are we building back? It sounds like we're tearing down. It doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like we're building back anything. It feels like we're tearing down something.
Rick, this is that thing. That
It's just
most
a fake.
of them
It's another
do.
fake statement.
Yeah, they got. He didn't like Trump saying "Make America Great Again."
You take this audio here. You can hear what the guy's saying.
Joe Manchin, my life matters. Joe Manchin, your kids' lives matter. Joe Manchin, the children of West Virginia matter. They matter more than your own life. They matter so much more than your expensive car. They matter so much more than the clothes you're wearing. Joe Manchin, why won't you fight for me? Joe Manchin, is it worth it? Is the money worth it?
What money are they talking about that Joe Manchin's supposed to take?
Taking money from coal companies or somebody that supports his reelection campaign.
I would love to.
I promise you, that guy ain't from West Virginia.
Well, I was going to say, and he's
to
dressed
start
really
with.
nice too. Nice backpack, nice hoodie.
Pretty nice
there,
smartphone, too.
Yeah, nice smartphone he's got going on.
And-
that
and-
toboggan he's wearing that's a $40 toboggan.
And they're making a big issue also about Manchin. He's driving a Maserati SUV, and so they're making a big deal about that too. Look, who cares? Good for Joe Manchin. He's done well for himself. That's a nice car. That's another reason I wouldn't want a bunch of idiots laying across the hood of it.
Well, I do talk about the thing we talk about a lot. That sure is a very expensive car for a public servant. But anyway, but like you said, Greg, it must be a pretty good gig.
Pretty good gig.
But anyway,
Spend a lot of money to get it.
you won't buy it on the base salary. But anyway, but what we're talking about here is they chant these ridiculous statements. We want to live.
Yeah.
Children's lives are more important than money. Well, yeah. Well,
If you want to live, can I give you first step? Stay out of the front of a car.
Yeah, right.
That's not very intelligent.
Step one.
That would be
Step one.
That's
Step one.
Yeah.
Get off my bumper. Step 2. Get out from under my wheel. Step 3.
Get off of my trunk.
Yeah, I would have to have said when the guy was saying children are so important, I would have had to roll my window down, crack, and say, "Where are you on where life begins?"
Yeah,
Let's talk
that's the
about that
case.
for
So how do you
just a
want me?
second.
How do you want me to vote about on abortion on demand?
Well, see,
How do
here's
you-
the thing, Rick. I promise you, these folks are not really into this issue. These are bought and paid for.
Of
programs.
course.
Oh, sure.
Like
They
him.
are. They are. Give us a check. We'll go make noise.
Of
That's
course.
all they are. And you can buy those people.
We want to
And
live.
they get the same. And then listen, this is what I love. They go and post online. Joe Manchin tried to run us over.
No.
Yeah, you're
Tried to
standing in
run
front of
us
his car.
over.
Yeah. Didn't
When
happen.
you hopped on the bumper, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
He's trying to leave.
If you want to put Joe Manchin try to run me over, you have to be minding your own business on the sidewalk and him shoot over there and try to run you down. Not because you keep standing in front of his car saying you want to live. What an idiot.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, saddled up, and ready to roll through another day. Join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour. He may strap number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Glad to be
here. So we'll unpack the day. We will sound the alarm where Beth Mowens is going to be this weekend, and I'm going to. I have to warn the Rick and Bubba audience: it is not good. It is not good.
It's not.
It is not good. Some of you are terrified out there right now. You're afraid to Google.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something. It is not good.
Don't look up. Just look down. Maybe it'll go away.
hey, the heart of Rick and Bubba is going to take a hit today.
It is.
So we'll talk about that before we are done today. It bothers Bubba so much he left last week, so he wouldn't even hear it. And then we forgot to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Did we?
Yeah, we didn't do it. We forgot. We forgot about it.
You know,
that hit me over the weekend. I was like, we never did the Beth Mowens thing. We promoted that we were going to do it, but we never did.
Huh.
So
I think we did it in my mind.
But you know what? That might have been us protecting ourselves.
That's good.
So anyway, I will tell you, you know, Bubba, you have this ongoing sitcom in your life, your wife Betty versus technology. I think you've also had to deal with it, with me, and I've run into this. You were married when the show started. I was not, so you don't have the problem with this. Sometimes I'll tell Sherry, I tell you what. I'm just the last 28 years of us being married, and she's like, that's Bubba. You've only been married to me for 25. And I get confused on which one I've been married to the longest. So anyway, she says, Bubba has a rare ability to understand what I go through. She says, and I said, I know. And, and sometimes, we all have our areas where we're strong and we have our areas where we're weak. So I'm in this mode, and some of you have probably been through it before, where your bank gets bought by another bank, and here comes the transition.
Here we go, bank.
And the transition is very scary, because the bank that just bought your bank, they're not your bank. So you're now becoming them, and you had no choice in it. And there's a transition, and guess what? When they transition, just like us, we've been through companies that bought out stations that we were on, and we've had that happen before where we get sold somewhere. And guess what? Rightfully so. If I've written the check, we're going to do things my way now. So the way your other bank did it doesn't matter. We're going to do things our way.
Right.
And the transition,
get in line.
Yeah, and the transition can based on what situation you're in, it can be real simple or it can be complicated. And so they're very, very kind to talk to, not overly helpful right now because they said, it's a mess. We got a lot of transition going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why, but there's the thing that was the spookiest and the scariest, and they did a good job of warning you. I mean, you would literally go to the mailbox every day, and they're like, "Here it comes." Here's an email. Here we come. Transition day coming, and so that was in October, about mid-October. So about a month ago. So I'm assigned all new account numbers now. So all these account numbers that I've known and have been dear to me are over. Okay, so I'm now being assigned all new account numbers. So here we have the business account. We have then personal accounts. And so I remember I thought, well, today's the day it transfers over, and this is going to be a setback for Helmsy. Transfers over, it's a new day. I'm gonna get all this online banking going because it's a new day. I'm starting all over. Okay, so I go to my online banking. There's my business account. Mm-hmm. Look at that. That just transferred right over. Personal accounts. Don't see them here. Mm-hmm. Sure, there's a place up here that says click here for business, click here for personal.
I'm just not seeing it.
Not there. Not there. Go into the branch. Can't find my personal accounts.
Yeah. Whoa, stop.
Yeah, and they're
go into the branch.
Yeah, and they're looking now. They're transitioning too, so they're like, you just got to call them back. We're figuring it out in here too. I'm sorry. So because their day's hectic. Because me, I'm the kind of guy I want to know everything today.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is our first day, Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, we're digging through a lot of stuff.
So anyway, so I get back on. Great. great help. A personal person didn't help me, but was very, very kind.
At least they were nice.
Yeah,
They did you no good.
Hey, look, let's try this. Let's try that. Nope, still not there.
Okay, that's all I got for you.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Burgess, we're so glad to have you, and that's going to work itself out. Okay. So then I go over, and I keep checking it every day, and still
not there.
Still not there. So then you're realizing, well, this is how I keep up with my balances. This is how there's bills that get paid here. Really need this, and now I realize I don't know my account numbers. So I'm like, well, I got to have my account numbers. So I finally walk into the branch and say, well, I at least need my account numbers. Okay.
They're thinking he's back.
Yeah,
we told him we couldn't help him.
So they give me all the account numbers. Now here's the problem. I also, because even young Broderick, even though he's independent now, because of his young age, he couldn't open an account unless I got on there with him.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's independent,
Yeah.
I don't provide money for him or anything like that. But so I'm on his account too.
Right.
So, and then of course I've got a kid in college, so I'm on that account. And then Sherry and I, we have our personal account, then we have our business account. There's a lot of accounts.
A lot of accounts.
Yeah. And so they say, here they are. And I said, all right, here we go. I get out I'm writing them all down.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, there they are. There's my new account numbers. And so
so these are the new, not the old.
And then I thought I'd be real sharp. And I thought I would make me a document and I would type them out neatly.
Well, look at you.
So I would have all my and I'm feeling good about myself. I'm like, man, I'm telling you
That
what,
is so not like you.
Hey, how about this? I'm getting on time with this.
Hey, got it right.
One thing I'm
corporate
document.
I'm gonna transition to the new place. And so
let me help them.
So anyway, yesterday I try again, and I still don't see any personal accounts. I go into the branch, and they say, we've requested for your personal accounts.
This is the third time in there?
Yeah. So then I get a guy on the line again. I said, look, we got to talk about this. And he says, just going to shoot you straight. We had a problem in the transition, and this is all being delayed. For some reason,
it's not just you.
When your online got set up, it chose your business. It chose it with no problem, but it's not putting your personal in there.
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to take some time.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So
do I have any money?
So here's what I'd like to do. I would like to deposit my paycheck, and now I'm going to have to just go old school here. But I do need. I have the account number now, and I said so I do that. Well, so I called back yesterday, just looking, still can't get anything, and I said, look, just run down me the balance of all these. And so he starts with my personal, and it's not good. And I go, what now? Say that again. Mm-mm. And he tells me the balance, and I'm like, what? And I said, that's incorrect. And he goes, oh, just what it is. I'm just telling you.
It is what it is, pal.
I said, run me a couple more. All right. Yeah, sounds right. Okay. And I'm like,
oh no,
something.
Well, you're really rubbing that beard. I bet
Something's not right here because my paycheck is nowhere to be found.
Nobody can find it. You've deposited it, and it's somewhere.
I said, you don't have a deposit on November 1st?
Oh boy,
no, sir.
Out there in the stratosphere.
Somebody else got it.
And
out there in the stratosphere.
And I'm like, and all of a sudden I think to myself, hey, jump on down there to young Broderick. And he reads me the balance of young Broderick, and he is doing extremely well.
He got a raise that you didn't know about.
And I said, man, Valleydale has stepped up.
Oh, wow.
And
you call him, and he's at Best Buy. What are you doing?
Right. And,
I'm buying a car.
I said,
must have got a raise, man.
And I said, hey, that don't belong there.
So it went into the wrong account.
So it went into for a
or you had the wrong account number.
Yeah. Well, for a glorious 3 days.
Yeah, you
young
gave the
Broderick
wrong number.
Was doing well.
He was smoking. and so
how about that relief though when you found it?
Wouldn't you love to watch his face when he checked his
How panicked were you when you couldn't find it for a little bit?
Oh, it was awful.
Rick, you're thinking it's out there. Somebody's got it.
He's thinking, well, they went ahead and paid me for the year, probably.
Yeah, they went in advance to something.
And then they got on it. Then they had to hand me off to somebody else who could transfer over the phone, and we finally got.
And you were screaming, "Please hurry, please hurry!" Before I get hold of it.
On hold. Hello.
Don't hang up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, we're back. 866 We Be Big. So, in all fairness to everybody, even though it is a cluster trying to get through this transition, I simply put the wrong account number on the check I deposited and gave my paycheck to one of my sons.
Which they appreciate.
Right. They did. Just got a text from another buddy who also was with Compass, and he said the exact same thing is going on with me. I can't see my accounts.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and he said, I've got a personal, a business. He said, and it's a mess. So anyway, well,
so they basically said we had a plan and it didn't work.
No, that's exciting, isn't it, Rick?
No, the guy told me yesterday on the phone. He said, "Look, I'm gonna shoot you straight. We thought we thought we were sharp. We thought we were gonna transition with no issue at all. And what we thought was gonna work did not work.
We were incorrect.
Rick, I know how you are about your paycheck, and I can't believe you handled it that well. That's not like you.
Well, I was confused with all the new account numbers. You know what I did? If you want to laugh your head off and say, "I had a way to be sharp." You know, when I told you I typed them up all nice and neat, as opposed to in the past when I had them on the back of business cards and stuff.
Right.
So I thought I'm gonna be so efficient. Everybody's gonna be so proud of me. You know what I did? It's still you can be stupid. Kind of like we've said, calendars, they can be the sharpest, newest calendar man's ever known. But if you don't look at it, they ain't worth a darn.
Yeah.
Okay?
If you don't work the system that you're working
So guess
anymore.
what? If you're going to type up your account numbers and you type up one of them twice and leave one out, then you'll deposit in the wrong.
You know what? Yeah, but that leads to Rick confusion.
Are you like
every
me
time.
when I do something like that? And I hate to be this way, but things happen.
Yeah.
Somebody will call, wife walks in, you guys walk. Once I'm interrupted and I go back, I always mess up something.
Yeah, me
you know,
too.
once I break that rhythm
lose
of what I was doing.
Train of thought.
And you know, and I'm big.
Is that a sign? I don't know.
And you've taught me to stop doing this, and I actually have stopped doing it, and now it's kind of costing me a little bit. You know, at one time I used to memorize everything. I memorized everybody's phone number.
Yeah.
I memorized all account
Well,
numbers.
that's when you could do that.
Yeah.
My ability to do that is left.
Yeah, and Bubba told me to stop doing that I was wasting brain power.
You really
You're
are.
filling it
That's
up.
what Einstein said.
Yeah, and so I started writing stuff down. Well, now I can't find it.
Yeah.
And
Can't remember where you put it.
Einstein said we need to use our brain for creative things, not
Yeah.
memorization.
Well, back
that's
then-
why I can't spell or talk.
See, back in the old days, you asked me
took
what
his advice.
somebody's number was. I could tell you. You asked me what my account numbers were. I could tell you.
Oh yeah.
you talking
Not
about
now.
Can you remember routing numbers too, though?
No.
Yeah. That's
How about
hard.
this? When
that's
you-
a lot of numbers.
When you need a number,
Not
a
zeros.
phone number, count anything, and you look at it, and then you go to type it, and you've already forgotten it from when you've looked.
Yeah,
at it.
that's it.
do you
do
know
that
how
all the
I
time.
do it, y'all?
I mean, that quick.
yeah.
831.
You know how you
Wait-
have to
wait a
tie it to something you can easily
Oh yeah,
remember.
I do football numbers.
I do
too.
NASCAR.
I do
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. I
I
used to do
think of
NASCAR.
players that had that number.
That's what I do.
You know, if it's number 10, it was Fran
Right.
Tarkenton.
Yeah,
If
I
it's
used to
number
do NASCAR.
42, it was John Gilliam. If it's 44, it's Chuck Foreman. And then you just
course.
break it down in twos.
Through John Gilliam.
So you have the lineup on there.
Yeah.
Well, he's the 42.
Yeah. Bubba, you talking about earlier getting interrupted.
Mercury
and-
Morris was 22. Jim Kidd,
I would even
21.
go to people I played high school ball
I did
with.
too.
Yeah,
I did high school
anything that
numbers.
works.
I did high school numbers because I didn't know any
Yeah,
other 40.
75 is you, 31's Greg,
Yeah.
or Fast Freddie Smith. Either one.
Well, remember,
Interchange.
Greg, I always had to use Anthony Todd for 47 because I didn't know any other
I
47.
know. I don't know if there ever was another one.
You talking middle art.
And what an odd number that is.
It is.
You were talking about like being in the middle of something and then getting interrupted or whatever. So last night,
Terrible at
Reese
that.
is working and he's closing out where he works, and we had to do a car swap. And I dropped one off and was picking one up, and I walked in and he was standing behind the register. Nobody was in there. They were close to closing. And I didn't know he was counting the register
you
closing
started
out.
talking
I said, "Hey, bud, whatever." He looked up and looked back down. He goes, "Thanks, I got to start over."
Oh,
and he had already. He was,
How big a bit were you?
I'm like, "Man, I'm sorry." I backed out and I'm like, here's your keys, buddy. I'm my bad. He's like, "Hey, thanks, Dad."
Can I tell you what's a bigger? Can I tell you what's a bigger bip than Speedy? Is what I am to everybody at my local branch. Oh gosh,
Here comes the bearded wonder.
Here comes the bearded
Because you know me, if something's not right, I'm not going to that drive-through.
Oh God, Mr. French is back.
Right. You know what you see? Here comes a big beard walking in.
Hey, Rick.
Look,
Hey,
oh
look.
gosh, he's got a handful of paper.
He looks confused.
And there's 3 of them in the parking lot blowing behind you.
Yeah, he's dropped 3 on the way in.
Hey, guys, lift kit just pulled up.
Hey,
One stuck to his shoe. He's got that one.
Rick, tell him to walk back. I can see the checkbook laying in the parking lot. Rick, coming out the truck. Falling, wind's blowing. The lift kit got to step down, drop something.
Rick, Mom
He
told me,
almost fell out
Mom told me
again.
she nearly injured herself getting out of your truck.
Hey, let me tell you something. If
I
you're,
said I did too, Mom. It ain't got nothing to do with
if
being
your
80.
parents are 80
Yeah.
and you're moving them to a retirement community, let me tell you what you don't move them in and you don't go see them in is a lift kit.
No,
Yeah.
you take them to dinner.
I've been picking my parents up, putting them in that lift kit. One time, Mama was hanging on the side of it. She just go with her knee and try to roll up in it.
Rick, I fell out of it. I mean, I told her, I said, Mom, I fell out of it too. It has nothing to do with you.
I don't have
You
a
know,
lift kit. Trying to get my dad in it from walking out of the hospital from heart surgery. It's way up here. And he's like, "I got it." And
and he's trying to get it. I'm like, no, Dad, just hang out. Bend your knees. Dad, bend your knees. Bend your knees. And he's trying to hold on. And I'm like, Dad, just bend your damn knees. I mean, good night. Well,
I've got some footage.
But we got it.
I've got some footage.
See. I keep saying he can't see.
I've got to find it to show y'all.
Hang on, ma'am. I know we got to move the car. Give me a second.
Please help us.
Gosh.
Please help us.
I love my Hendrick Jeep that I drive, but it is high. You've seen that. You know how high it is.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a
Maybe
game.
you need a tow motor.
I have a game camera outside, and it got a picture of Betty trying to climb into it to move it. And I'm gonna tell you, it is. And look, hey, you could country girl, athletic man. She got in that thing, but it was something to watch.
I know. But Dad became. The lift kit for Dad
in her
became
fluffy house shoes.
Yeah, right. So that didn't help. That didn't help. The lift kit for Dad became him wanting the world to see that he could get in.
Rick, he does that with everything.
Speedy, show me your dad again.
No, he's trying to get it. And the nurses are so sweet.
5 bypasses.
Because they won't let you. They won't let you walk out of a hospital.
Oh, no.
You got to be in a wheelchair.
You must be in a wheelchair.
And she's so sweet. And finally, I'm like, "That's it. Get out of the way. I'm coming in."
Yeah.
You
can't get him out.
No, and he's
Speedy,
trying.
show us again.
And his legs, God love him, where they took the veins. It's all cut up.
Hams,
like
brace the
like
chair
a
for
a cougar got a hold of him. You know?
Oh yeah.
And so he's trying to get in, and he's trying to hold the door, and he's trying to hold the door. I'm like, Dad, just bend your knees. Dad, just step up on the side rail. Where is it? You know? I'm like, gosh almighty. Wind's blowing. It's kind of cold. Cars behind us. Patients lined up. I'm trying to get out.
You don't want to hurt him.
You know, and everybody loves him. Bye, Mr. Wilbur. I love you.
You almost want one of those lift chairs like they used to, they put the seniors in the pool with.
Yeah.
They're like mounted to the outside, so you can just get up and flip them right
Bubba's
in.
already thought about that with
I have.
Yeah.
I have. I've thought about it a lot.
Sure. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show. I tell you, we got folks outside watching.
Dedicated, I mean
dedicated.
It's a little chilly out there
It's
today.
a little chilly for Bama standards. And they're out here watching. Now, look, now that's a beard right there. That guy, that's a beard. That's somebody serious right there.
They're from Huntsville, Alabama.
Man, I looked out there and I thought to myself, my goodness, the ghost of ZZ Top. I mean, I had no idea.
He said it's a small world. He said my dad was going in for surgery as your dad was wrapping up. So
How about that? Is he doing okay?
He's doing well.
Doing
he
good.
said.
And is this your baby girl right here? So there we go, out there watching the show today. So
She's a little freezing, little
well, yeah,
cold
she's
out.
cold. She's got a blanket.
They don't call it a breezeway for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's
really.
You would have thought he would have bought her a Rick and Bubba blanket, but I mean, it's available now at rickandbubba.com.
Nice blanket too.
Yeah, if you're gonna get stuff from Rick and Bubba, wow, you'd go ahead. A lot of shipping problems out there. Lots of shipping problems.
My goodness.
And also, if you're gonna get a MyPillow, MyPillow.com, go there right now. They do have new stuff just in time for Christmas. Man, you can really see some great gift ideas, and you need to go ahead and start thinking about this. There's bathrobes and sleepwear and a quilt, and you got that. Also, they've got the classic MyPillow at $40 off right now, which is fantastic. The bathrobes and the sleepwear and the quilts, we can get you 30% off there. They're made with 100% U.S. upland cotton. Just use the code Bubba there. And also, My Store is there. There's some cool things there. Entrepreneurs. It's kind of like to compete with Amazon.com. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba. They all come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, and they are stocked up and ready to ship to you for the holidays. Also, you can find it at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. So Nick Saban, head football coach at the University of Alabama, the tragic story of former player and first-round draft choice Henry Ruggs. Not a pleasant story. It's awful. And so you probably know the story. If not, he is being accused of driving his vehicle double the legal limit of alcohol. He was driving one of the new Corvettes. They're saying 156 miles an hour in the middle of the night or early the next morning, ran into a person's automobile, killing that person. And now he's got all sorts of charges against him, and the Raiders have dropped him. First-round draft choice.
Just a terrible situation for all involved, the people that were hit, him. It's just terrible.
$16 million a year, that's gone. Someone's life is gone. You'll be held accountable for their life, all kinds of problems. So Nick Saban was asked about this because it is one of his former players, and I know that's a difficult day for all who had a relationship or currently have a relationship with Henry Ruggs and the person who died. So Saban was asked about it on his weekly press conference, and here's that interaction.
Yeah, well, our thoughts and prayers, certainly go out to all involved in this, tragic situation, especially the victims. Our thoughts and prayers are certainly with them, but our thoughts and prayers are also with Henry, his family, and I think this is something that a lot of folks can learn from. I think a lot of players on our team, when we say challenge people to make good choices and decisions, do the right thing, because sometimes the consequences can be devastating. And these consequences are going to probably be pretty devastating to Henry. We love him. We're going to support him through it. But we also have a lot of compassion for the victims, and our thoughts and prayers are also with them.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time.
So there you go. And I don't know what else he could say other than that. And but it's a good teaching moment too for all of us. I mean, the decisions always matter. Sin always matters. Even though there is grace and there is redemption available, the consequences on earth always matter. And I can speak from experience on that, and I'm certainly not coming from any other place than knowing that to be true, and knowing that. But this is I can look into my own life, and maybe this is some kind of clarity that can come into people's minds when somebody with some sort of platform does something like this. Is just in your mind, if you can, and I know if you're letting your mind be altered, that makes it more difficult.
Yep.
But there's always there. I can look back at the problems that I caused in my own life, and I caused to other people. I can always remember that there were moments when I clearly had a decision to make. You know, and I use this analogy a lot of times when talking to the guys. I say, you know, I can remember some like sitting at a red light and saying, if I turn left, there's trouble, and if I turn right, I just go home.
Yep.
And you got to decide whether you're going to turn right or left. And sometimes in my life, unfortunately, I turn left and cause a lot of trouble. And the times that I just turned right and did it the way that I know that God would have me do it, doesn't mean your life's going to be easy, but you don't have these kinds of tragedies that you cause, you know. So maybe for somebody, when you start thinking, Rick, what good can come from something so awful? Well, maybe there's just somebody that saw what happened to these people, everybody involved, and says, I don't want that to be something that happens to me. Right. And so I'm gonna redirect the way I'm going, and I'm gonna realize that though I keep even getting away with these kind of decisions, this is what can happen. And there's one way it won't happen, and that's not to do these things. Right? I mean, that's a pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well put.
Yeah. So
It's
anyway,
unbelievable.
Well, it
It's
is
horrific for the victims in this too.
We're looking
all
at
the details of that.
Yeah, we're looking at somebody put this out on TikTok, and it shows,
this is TMZ Sports, kind of their own version of it too, and there he is.
Yeah, and now who is this person?
It looks like bystanders here that that were close by that started videoing, and that it was that horrific story from the security guard that worked around the corner that tried to get there and tried to help the victim that was pinned in the car and couldn't get her out.
Right. So there you go. And there's nothing that can be done for what has happened on Earth. But I hope and pray that Henry Ruggs can find redemption.
Yeah.
And that even though his life, he's not going to be given the platform of professional football anymore. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have a platform to try to make a difference in other people's lives, including his own, as he pays the earthly consequences. And that's the part I think we forget sometimes. God is gracious, but that doesn't mean that the earthly consequences will be undone.
Right.
It just means the eternal ones have been undone. Praise God for that. But maybe he can be a person that says, I'd like to tell you my testimony. Let me tell you what the turning point for me was. And so don't make these decisions, and let me point you, to where redemption is found. I hope that's how it goes. It's not a ministry anybody would want, but it's there if he'll take it.
I was looking around yesterday on this story, and a video of Derek Carr came up when he was at a press conference, and he was asked about it, and basically said he wishes he could have done more, but that he is he's going to continue to try to help him wherever he is, whatever consequences that we won't know about it, but he's not going to leave his side, and he's going to try to help him through this. But it's a pretty powerful video of him trying to get through it.
Yeah. We've got a caller on there talking about that, and others too. So we'll come back. You don't have to talk about this. You don't really talk about anything. We'll do our first phone segment of the day. But it's is that Derek Carr?
Yeah, that's him here.
Just potted up, or
I don't know. We Go ahead.
Right. I don't understand everything and why certain things happen, and I just forever have relied on the foundation of who I am is my faith, and I'm going to stand on that when it's hard, and I'm going to stand on it when it's easy, and that's just who I'm going to be when I can control something and when I can't. And so when it comes to this situation, there's so many things out of our control, but then I do sit back and I think, was there something, did I not let him know that he really could, I'd be there for him at 3 a.m. I want to be better. I think I really look at everything in my life as a learning experience. Could I have been better, to help or something? I just wish I could have done something. I look at it that way. Could I have done anything to help? Even when it seems impossible, is there any little thing I could have done better? And I know it's a crazy thing to even think or say, but I'm always looking at trying to be a better person.
Yeah. It's all right to evaluate. Was there a moment that I had an opportunity that I didn't take it? Now, the person may not have may not have responded the right way, but did they get the chance to respond? It's a good thing for us all to think about. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you about whatever's on your mind. And there are lines available, so you can get in right now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And there's room for you to join us. We'll get started. Paul is in the great state of Alabama. He'll get us started. If you want to get in right now, there's lines available for you as well. Paul, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, I'm great, guys. How are you?
We're getting after it.
Good deal. Hey, I don't know whether to blame you guys for my situation yesterday or to thank you, because I was on my way to work listening to an old show of yours, and you guys had me laughing so hard, I guess I was driving a little bit erratic.
Sure.
And a police officer here, took an opportunity to pull me over. And but what I was laughing so hard about, Greg busted out with Big Mama Womp Womp, and you're talking about the buggies at Walmart or whatever. Greg busted out with Big Mama Womp Womp, and I busted out laughing, got sideways in the road a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Pulled me over.
Oh.
I told him what I was doing, and he said, hey, those guys are hilarious. Pitched me my license and said, hey, be careful. Have a good day.
Yeah, look right there.
Yes. Thank you. You know, we used to have a... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't know whether to blame you for getting me pulled over or thank you for getting me out.
No, it's clearly a thank you. It's a thank you. We might have caused it, but we fixed it.
We used to have a bumper sticker that says, I'm not drunk, I'm listening to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And for that very reason.
Yeah, it was it.
Yeah.
And see, he would have seen that, and he would have thought, okay, everything's good.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
Let's go to Joey in the great state of Georgia. Yeah, Joey.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're good, Joey.
Hey, man, I want to say I appreciate what y'all do, man, and what y'all stand for. Y'all real inspiration.
Thank you. Very kind.
We over here in Georgia, my wife works at a hospital, and yesterday they was called in and told they had to January the 4th to get the COVID vaccine or they would no longer be employed.
A lot of that going around, yeah.
It's a federal-funded hospital.
Yep.
And something went on yesterday, I guess, in Washington that caused it, but nobody's real happy about it. But we're going to see how it works out.
Yeah, it's these decisions are having to be made all over the place. I mean, your first thought is there a hospital that would love to have my wife's expertise that doesn't require it, that we could still stay in our same area or move, or you have to make decisions on the risk-benefit. Is the income and this job and the risk that anything would go wrong with the vaccine, people have to make those decisions everywhere. They're having to weigh it out.
I think there are hospitals out there not requiring it, and they're looking for folks to work.
Yeah, that'd be
so
my first.
I'd start there, and I would be upfront with them about that too, and say, is there any mandates coming down the pike? Because I'm not doing that.
I think that a lot. You know how this works. There's going to be some hospitals that'll say we know a lot of good people of conscience are being let go, and we're going to take them in.
Yeah.
And it'll be their gain for sure.
Greg in Gardendale. Greg, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Good morning, fellas. Just two quick things. Epstein's girlfriend, where has she gone? And second, there's going to be an accidental suicide watch for the guy arrested for the Steele dossier.
Yeah, we got an update on that today, and that
that whole thing was fake. We knew it was fake.
Yep.
It was made up. It was trumped up. They were no pun intended on that.
Yeah.
And we're finally getting some arrest in it. Russia. The whole thing was a fake hoax.
Yep.
Political hack job and using the FBI involved. It's a sad state. It really is.
Well, he makes a good point, though. Everybody better keep an eye on this guy.
Yeah.
Or is it a woman, whoever they arrested? Yeah, he'll be on suicide watch now because he's toting some info.
Yeah. Hey, watch out for cameras in jails that are not working for some reason.
Right, and people taking breaks.
Yep.
Kent in Florala. Kent, go ahead.
What's up, Bacon?
Buddy.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. 10 acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, Rick, you got a pencil or a pen and paper?
I got a pen and some paper, yeah.
Yeah, I need you to write down this account number for me.
See if I can't confuse it next month.
Account numbers, VIN numbers, you can't get lost in it.
No, so many.
Just one little number off.
So many things.
Baker in the great state of Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. Who's living large this morning?
Oh, you living large. We're living large. We all are.
I want to echo what that one guy said about January 4th and his wife. We're facing that same situation. We found out yesterday. However, we also learned that my wife's religious exemption, she won't get an answer back until possibly January 5th. And it still hasn't been turned in yet. She doesn't know who to turn it into. They're not accepting them at this time. It's a big mess.
It is a mess, and I think what's confusing everyone, and maybe maybe there's just something I don't understand. It appears that the pandemic in our country is winding down. It seems like it's almost like there's a group of people that are behaving as if we've got this, the hospitals overloaded, people dying every other day. Our death rate's out of control. Our hospitalizations are overloaded. Oh my goodness, we're at the peak of the pandemic. We've gone through, rises and falls twice now, and we seem to be on the other side of this. Now, could another variant break out and us go through all this again? Sure it could, but it hasn't. So it's almost like they're treating these employees as if we are still at the peak of this when we're now at the end of it. I don't understand it.
Can I tell you how this is probably going to play out based on past history? A lot of people are going to be released. They're going to have to go somewhere else, do something else. And then as this plays out, there's going to be different class action lawsuits put together for wrongful termination. You'll need to join that. You'll need to sue your former employee for letting you go for a unconstitutional executive order coming down from the president, and it will be a long, drawn-out process, but eventually you will get some money out of it.
Yeah, and then if you throw in a couple of these, I know they're rare occasions.
And I don't like the law. I'm not a lawsuit person, but that's what you're going to have to do in this to protect yourself.
Well, whether you like them or not, that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
And then the other is, and I know it's on the rare occasions right now. Praise God. I hope it stays rare. But you throw in a couple people that had bad reactions to it and had some clotting problems, or had the myocardia?
Swelling around the heart.
Swelling around the heart. Throw a few of those in with wrongful terminations, and it's going to be a mess.
And as this plays out, and it may take 10 years to play out, but eventually they will settle these lawsuits so they can move on.
Right.
And you will get some kind of payout. And it's just crazy because some of these people have been so loyal to their employees. They have worked. Remember, a year ago, they were heroes. We had parades for them. We were lighting candles. We were singing when they went to work. Now we're giving them a pink slip. It is one of the biggest disasters in American history, in my opinion.
And if you want to stay in the science world, the ones that have natural antibodies, that didn't even make any sense. I don't even understand
Bill
that.
Maher said instead of firing them, hire them.
Right, because if they've got natural antibodies, they have already achieved what you're hoping they would have.
Yeah, they got tiger blood. They don't need your shot to have it. They already got it.
They don't.
Well, DeSantis says if you're a fireman or a policeman and you've been fired, come on down to Florida. We'll hire you.
Right.
There's going to be plenty of opportunity for these folks. You're just going to have to be willing maybe to move or go to a different hospital or whatever the case may be. But there are plenty of opportunities out there for you.
Yeah. But Bubba is right. There's a day when all the lawsuits begin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And these people.
And I'd sign up for every one of them I could that I qualified for. and I hate to say that, but it's true. Yep. It's just a shame what's being done to y'all. And all of us, really.
Right. Really, and it doesn't seem to be necessary at all. That's the part that kind of makes you tilt your head.
Right.
It doesn't seem necessary. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba, Lord willing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Eddie Van Adler, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast again this weekend. Eric Metaxas is our guest. Really, really provocative new book, Is Atheism Dead? Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And just quickly, I want to mention, too, I was on a podcast with Cato and Church last night, and we had a good time, and I appreciate them asking me to be on. And sorry I was a little late joining that.
Bubba, what happened?
What?
Well, I think I looked at the email wrong and, had an Eastern time thing, all that. It was just this whole week my clock's been off.
Well, I knew the time that you said yesterday didn't sound right for you.
Right,
yeah,
right.
That's
So
Eastern.
that was Eastern
7
time.
Central.
Little Eastern Central thing. I could have got on quicker. I was sitting there not doing anything.
I know.
just didn't think it was time.
Well,
but anyway, we had a good time. We enjoyed it.
And what's the name of it again?
Cato and Church.
You know when it'll be posted?
Published? I think we were doing it live last
It
night,
was.
so it'll probably be in their archive
Yeah,
now.
it was live.
A little bit of panic last night because we never hear from Bubba individually post 7:30, 8 o'clock.
No,
Never.
no.
And so about, I guess it's probably 7:30, 7:45, I started getting texts from him wanting to know a specific password. And I thought, what in the world? Why is he up
He's out
this
partying.
late?
He's
I mean, goodness gracious,
Yeah.
Bubs.
Yeah.
And so then I gave him what I thought he needed, and I said, "Hey, you good now?" And then it took a little longer for me to get a response, and I thought, "Do I need to go check on him? What's going on? Why are we asking for this stuff at this particular point in the evening?"
Right. Yeah.
So that makes sense. That explains.
This is what it was. They were sending me a link in email, and I've had some email issues, and I've had to blow it up and trying to fix it. And then my computer at home had not fully caught up with the one here at work, so you know how that is.
I love Bubba's choice of passwords. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to give anything, but every time I read a password that he's created,
it's funny.
It is. I laugh out loud. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Very creative fellow over there.
Yeah, that's good.
Get you an M&M for that one, Bub. There you go. Don't hold back. There it is.
I was also
kind of empty over there.
I was also on a podcast yesterday, but I could tell talking to Charles Billingsley, he has no idea when it's going to be available.
Yeah.
And so I if I ever find out when it's out there, I'll let you know. I mean, I even asked him. I said, "So when's this going to be available?" He goes, I don't know. He said it could be 3, 4 weeks. I said,
Okay. He don't know.
No, he doesn't know. Tell you one thing,
He got to give it to somebody. Let them do it.
I made fun with what he had on right out of the gate.
Sure, you.
Oh, he walked right into it.
What is his podcast about? I mean, what does he do a podcast about? Singing?
No.
I mean, what does he do?
He just interviews people, and
wardrobe.
He got the Rick and Bubba story. He talked about us doing stuff together. Then he talked about the manchurch.com, and then he talked about a conference that he and I are going to do together in 2022.
Yeah, we usually get to run down the "Hey, how'd you start?" part of it. I even got into last night talking about how I was unceremonially released from TV and got the radio engineering job while I was at lunch. Which is what any good fat person would do if they were distraught, is just go eat and think about it.
The thing that I told Charles Billingsley, and then there's a new guy he's working with named Brandon, and then Adam, who plays guitar with him.
Yeah,
they were all on it. And the thing that slayed the room is when they were asking about the Rick and Bubba story, because they didn't know how it happened.
Right.
And when I told them that you were once part owner of a station and they still wouldn't let you do a commercial.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely right.
It slayed the entire room.
Yep.
I said, so I would go out and make not just somebody that would come in, I would make my full-time partner a guy that when he owned a station, they wouldn't let him do a commercial.
And look, there's some people screaming right now, what's he doing on the air?
Yeah.
But it's been fantastic.
It's been fantastic. So anyway, Bubba's, you can probably find the one I was on. I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah. Did they do rapid fire at the end of yours?
Cato and Church, Catoe and Church.
Say.
That's what I think the whole thing was rapid fire. That I think about it.
They did a rapid fire and tried to get me in trouble here.
And Church's son Seth was on there, and they wouldn't let him talk. I said, let Seth talk. Y'all pot him up. Yes. I said, this is you got to be the guy in charge of the board there so you can talk.
That's right.
Huh?
We let everybday talk.
Oh, we had a good time. They're great guys.
We're one of the few shows too that everybody on the staff talks.
Yeah, and I know we probably need to rethink that too. But I mean, it's
well, you look at shows that we expect them all to do that. I'm like, why are you not letting this guy talk? Like, well, he's running the board.
There's a guy. Why ain't he got a microphone?
Right,
Put him on there.
Mike over there.
Come on,
Brandon, chime in. Doug in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Doug, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, first I want to say thanks for turning me on to this Satan's Dare book. A few days back, you guys had the author of that on your program, and I picked it up about halfway through. Every Christian needs to read that.
All right, wait a minute.
Really
that was South Carolina. The guy was in Congress all that time. That's who it was.
Yeah, Jim DeMint.
Jim DeMint. That's right.
Excellent book. Yep. Excellent book.
He's an outstanding guy. Really good guy.
Yeah. So I was listening to you this morning on the way to work, and seems like your discussion on the mandates isn't taking into account the OSHA regulation that was promulgated yesterday.
That's right.
And it's like all employers, not just pick and choose jobs, pick and choose industry. It's all across the board. If you got 100 employees or more, you're in.
And that will come down after they get this program rolled out and start all that. They'll come and they'll put it down to 50 and then to 20
down
and everybody.
The little guys eventually.
Yeah.
Unless it's declared, through the courts.
That's the thing. I hope the court.
I think it is.
Yeah, I hope the courts step in and stall this until they can at least address it and it be adjudicated through the ranks. So, yeah, they're just shredding the Constitution. The president has no authority to make a private business go and vaccinate all their employees. It's nowhere in there. You can't even make it up in there.
And no, it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. As Americans, we cannot allow any party, any sitting administration do that. We cannot allow that because
I completely agree.
The road that it puts us on is disastrous.
Yep. And really, they're always looking for a way to steal your rights and to dictate to you what's going to happen. And the guys that wrote the Constitution said that. They said, we got to limit government because it'll go downhill. It's human nature. It's just the way people are. And
exactly.
And they're always looking for a way around the Constitution to impose their will on people. And I'm not one of these guys that, thinks that, we're going to have to take up arms. I hope not. And defend that. But at this point in time, let me say that.
I'd say this. I've been reading this thing chapter and verse. The way they've went about this, I mean, it's clever. They've went down the executive orders.
Yeah.
Or not executive order, but the emergency.
Yeah, public health.
Situation. Yeah, for public health.
And see, if they ever get that road built.
Oh, that's what I'm talking
about.
And
they get it cleared, then they will run everything they want to down public health. Guns, they're going to take your guns away based on public health. They're going to dictate how your children get educated due to public health. They're going to do this. They're going to handle that. They're going to, they'll run anything they can down a road that they can build. So we need to be sure that road has sufficient speed bumps in it and toll roads that it cannot be expedited and misused.
Yeah, it's ugly.
I think it ought to be brought out that, I haven't read the whole thing yet. I've read a lot of it. There appear to be 2 exemptions in the current regulation. One is for people that telework or work from home.
Mm-hmm.
The other seems to be people that work outside. Yeah. Doesn't look like they'll get caught in the vaccine thing.
Not yet.
Yeah. But you're right. If this road is allowed to be open and the government's allowed to travel smoothly on it, there's going to be a lot of new things going on that road.
Yeah, and it's just a shame that they couldn't talk you in, they couldn't market it, they couldn't show you that it was in your best interest to get vaccinated if you had not had it already. So now they're going to mandate it, which is just so un-American in so many ways.
15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. All right, so we got to take these two. This is the new OSHA thing, and this is not even we're now leaving the whole vaccine, no vaccine. Now we're moving into constitutional liberty. And what can the federal government do, and what can they not do? Now, if you think you're having a hard time getting things from point A to point B right now, and you think that inflation is bad now, wait till you hear. We got two truckers that want to talk about it. They're both from Tennessee, it looks like.
Tennessee.
Let's go to Will. He looks like he called first. And Will's going to inform you of something. And as Bachman Turner Overdrive said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Will, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. You think there's a trucking shortage right now? You wait until this thing hits. I drive an entertainer coach, and it's going to affect the entertainer coaches. It's going to affect the live shows that have started back because of the trucks that are involved with the bigger companies. And, our supply chain is fixing to come to a screeching halt.
Because this ocean mandate will mean that all truck drivers have to get a vaccine, correct?
Well, yes, sir. And you talk about this is for health. When people can't get to medicine because it can't get to you, that's more for health than a daggone vaccine that kills less than 1% of the people.
Yeah, well, we've had the story, too, in New York City. We've got 20% of the sanitation workers that are not there. Garbage is piling up. What do you think the disease from that's going to be? We've already had people killed in fires because their local fire station was closed down because they didn't have enough people to work, because they were sent home because of the vaccination mandate. So, again,
beds in hospitals that could be used, but not enough nurses to staff them.
Everything is a balance sheet. You can say, well, people are going to die because they're getting vaccine, COVID, but they're also going to die because you're putting people off the job that need to be there. Yeah. So you're going to have to look at the numbers. You're going to lose people either way.
Brad in Tennessee. Brad, go ahead. You also trucker?
Yes, sir. I'm flatbedder right now, and I got the call yesterday from my driver manager saying that had to make the choice by January 4th whether I would take the vaccination or not. And now, don't get me wrong, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Spent 28 years in the Army. I took all kinds of vaccines, believe me.
Right, I understand.
And I am anti-stomping on the Constitution. And when you tell me I have to do something, I was raised in Alabama, baby. I dig my heels in.
Yeah, well, it's a dangerous road. And, if you, of your own free will, think that taking the vaccine is a better health choice for you than not having it, because this deal of, well, man, you don't care about other people. Well, if fully vaccinated people can get it and pass it, then there really is no difference. Everybody can catch it and pass it. So that's kind of out the door. Now, if you want to say fully vaccinated keeps me from maybe not having a severe reaction to it, then I'm fine with that. But natural antibodies also seem to offer that same protection, and there's treatments that may also give you the same experience. So
they have
options.
Yeah.
For me, I'm 52-year-old man in relatively decent health. I just don't feel the need to take a vaccination that I'm not sure of for something that I have a 99.787% chance of surviving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, but I think just to play devil's advocate though, but have you really seen that many people have a bad reaction to the vaccine? It doesn't seem to be all that dangerous to people either.
Right. Yeah. I'm not so much worried about that. When I deployed to Saudi Arabia in '91, they lined us up and gave us 23 different vaccinations. I don't have a clue what was in any of those.
Yeah. Yeah, and but so let me say this, just because this is how stupid the government is. If there was no mandate coming down by the federal government and they were saying, this is your choice to make, you're on the road a lot, you drive trucks, are you more anti the vaccine because of the way the government's acting than you would have been otherwise?
Oh, totally. I was actually considering getting the vaccine for a different trucking job because the company made it a requirement.
Yeah.
And I was considering getting it. And now, nope, ain't going to do it. I'll go find a job with a smaller trucking company that don't have over 100 people in it.
See, there you go. You see what this is just the government as always, and of course anything that they touch, they ruin. Yeah. And they are doing this is the dumbest way to approach winning people over to what you seem to want.
If you really want people to be vaccinated, you have gone about it just about as bad as you possibly could, starting with the vice president when she said she wouldn't take it if Trump brought it to market.
Correct.
And that's when it all began, right then.
If Donald Trump was the president right now and he was doing these same things, the left would be losing their cotton-picking minds.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why this is none of it's real. Silly. It's all fake. It's just a bunch of it's a power grab. Because if you're thinking, well, we need to get to the point where we can achieve herd immunity, have you seen the cases? I mean, we've got what they said, high 60% vaccinated. Somebody said almost to 70%, right?
Yeah, I think.
And then you've got people with natural antibodies mixed in with that.
And one of the worst outbreaks we've had was in Israel, which had I saw one figure 89, 90% vaccinated.
Yeah. So let me go back to this again. We're willing to destroy our economy over a problem that seems to have already been addressed?
Yeah. We're late to the game on this, Rick.
I mean, it just so you start asking yourself, then why are we doing this? It doesn't make any sense other than we're trying to, as we said earlier, maybe they're trying to use this as the left has always done in any tyrannical government, whether it be to the left or the right. They always use fear to grab power. They always do.
And they never let anything that's a disaster go by without moving forward their agenda. And I think, I don't know about what you guys, but I think historically, I'm trying to think, the pandemic is probably the biggest news story disaster of our lifetime so far.
So far.
I mean, it eclipsed 9/11 now, I think.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and when you look at the number of deaths tied to it, no
absolutely.
Doubt. But what's going on right now, it doesn't seem to make any sense. Like I say, I keep. It's almost like I didn't watch them because it was kind of hard to follow. But I know there's a lot of people that are really, really into the Matrix, the movie, and the
it's
whatever.
Weird. I tried to follow it.
And I do understand this thing about you take a different color pill if you want to know what's really going on. Do you want to stay in the world of delusion?
Yeah.
Right? Do I have that right?
Yeah.
I feel like I've taken the pill and other people haven't. I mean, it's like
to know the truth.
Right. It's like
I see what's happening here. Y'all don't seem to.
Well, you know why it's easy to see is it's so blatantly obvious to me. But people are so, and let me tell you something. We were just talking about this. There was a day when people would disagree with you about something, and you could sit down and talk it out, and there may be
and agree to disagree.
Yeah, go, hey, buddy, I disagree with you.
Can I tell you what? People right now, they dig in on the view on something, and it doesn't matter how many things you throw back that counterpoint. You know how much they change what they're saying to you? None.
Yeah.
So
you
might
as well not even be
so you know what you do? Ask them.
It goes back to social dilemma. They've seen 1,000 news stories that supports their point of view, none that supports yours, So you're crazy. You're just crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all right. I know what the truth is.
We used to have a saying in programming, junk in, junk out. And that's what you got.
Bottom of the hour. But I look forward to the trucking industry getting shut down. That ought to help. That'll help our situation.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big is the number. To the phones we go. 30 seconds to pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and we'll get to the other callers unless Bubba or Helmsy gives you a timeout. Let's start with Ken. Is it Ken? Ken out of Alabama. Ken? Hey, Ken, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hello, guys. My question was why is it that some employers with over 100 they exempt you, but then you got the truckers that they don't exempt? I'm talking about the Postal Service, who I used to work for. Hey, Sandy and Zach, and they exempted the Postal Service.
Yeah.
So
Is that true?
Did they?
Is that what was? I can't remember what the reason was, but they are. I think.
Yeah. If this is about science, which I think that science left the building a long time ago.
They supported Biden heavily.
Yeah, so
in their contributions.
If this is all about doggone it, this country's got to get vaxxed, then you shouldn't exempt. If you're going to say we're the federal government, we're going to make all employers force vaccines on their employees or pay fines, you can't exempt the postal office. I mean, not if the reason for doing it is so dire, then you couldn't exempt that. It goes back to the climate change thing. I don't know why we're traveling if traveling is going to kill all of us. It doesn't make any sense. If the government making you get vaccinated is going to save lives and save the country, how can you exempt the Postal Service? That doesn't even make sense.
Rick,
is that right? I want to be sure I have that
Rick,
right.
I don't know that is correct. I'm looking at a USA Today story. It said, fact check, postal workers to follow OSHA vaccine guidance, White House says.
Yeah, that's because when I heard that, I'm not sure that's right.
Before we made it OSHA, I think, but there was some reason when it originally come out that
that's
they
true.
Were.
Yeah,
and I don't know.
And
I think that's before they went through OSHA.
It addresses this story. It says the claim postal workers aren't included in the Biden administration's federal vaccine mandate, and then they discuss it. So I don't know what it's going to say.
I think what happened was when the federal government said the first time we're going to make the federal employees take it, they got exempt. But people are saying that doesn't mean the OSHA thing will exempt them. I think is what's happening here, and because that's yet to be determined.
Right.
Let's go to Evelyn. Evelyn in Hueytown, Alabama. Evelyn, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
We're great.
I've got more than 30. Can I turn this off the speaker? I've got more than 30 seconds. Please, Bubba, please help me.
I got you a timeout right out the gate. How about that?
There you go.
Thank you, precious. I am pro-vaccine. And I will tell you this: I practiced this while I was on hold, and but I've had 2 family members that passed before the vaccine was brought to us.
Mm-hmm.
I had 3 friends that were passed, since then, during the time that we didn't have the vaccine.
Yeah. Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, it doesn't. Like the gentleman said earlier, he didn't know where he was in this vaccine when he went to wherever he went. Not Iraq, but wherever. But nevertheless, I've had family members that work in a healthcare facility required vaccine, and then she got the COVID. It wasn't as severe as it could have been.
Mm-hmm.
She gave it to my 6-year-old grandson. Of course, grandsons, 6-year-old, they're like a lion. And he's out pitching ball with his dad. After a few days. But fact of the matter is, he couldn't go to school. Dad couldn't go to work. So I mean, people wake up and smell the coffee. Get the vaccine. It's not going to, what. You know what I'm saying?
So, Evan, can I ask you this? And we're not anti the vaccine either. So
I've actually taken it.
Greg's taking it.
2 of our employees.
Adler's has taken one. Well, Greg's wife's taking it.
My wife.
My mom and dad have taken it.
Yep.
But what I'm asking you this: do you think people who have natural antibodies should be forced to take it?
Honestly, I don't know anything about the natural antibodies. I've heard you gentlemen talk about it. I've never been tested. I feel like that if they do, no, they shouldn't. But I mean, I don't know where everybody has to go, what facilities they have to go to be tested, And I may have had natural antibodies. I don't know. But I just know that my 94-year-old mother lives with me, and I have taken extreme care to for myself and to make sure that I don't bring anything home to her. I lost my job 2 or 3 years ago because of the COVID. Because I wouldn't go back before I had. At that time, I was on the heart monitor, and they did not wait for my result back, and I hadn't been vaccinated, and I lost my job.
Wait a minute.
Years ago. 2 or 3 years ago?
Something there. We didn't follow. We were with you up to one point there. You said 2 or 3 years ago. COVID wasn't around that far ago.
When it started.
When COVID started.
Okay.
COVID started.
All right, I got you.
The COVID.
Evelyn, here's the other thing. Just as do you think that the government should be able to mandate shots?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I really don't. But I think if it's available for you and you've got walking around sense, why wouldn't you do it?
Well, you know, Evelyn, I think you're saying exactly what I've said the whole time. I think overall safe, overall effective. It's not the answer. It is a leaky vaccine. We know that. Even the people who designed it have said that. But they're saying after 6 months. In my case, of course, I'm a freak of nature, Rick. I'm going on, 11, almost 12 months now with antibodies. Yeah. When they said it would only last 90 days, I think there's still a lot unknown, Evelyn, and big government and politics and big pharma have got involved. So I don't know. Finding the truth now has become a real skill.
Yeah, and I do want to say one thing.
I think we'll find it.
Evelyn,
I really don't.
One thing I do want to say, though, and I've heard this a lot, and I certainly understand with you having the 94-year-old mother, but you yourself just gave an example of, and I think this is another thing, especially with the variant, that you had a daughter-in-law that was forced to get the vaccine, still got the virus, and it protected her from it being severe because she didn't have severe. But then you said she passed it on to her 6-year-old. Well, if you're fully vaccinated, you could still pass it on to your 94-year-old mother.
That's what I'm assuming that, Rick. I don't know where he got it. But since he lives in the house with her, I'm assuming that's where he got it. I mean, I'm not.
Well, if she had it, then she can pass it.
Yeah, just being vaccinated fully 2, 3
doesn't accomplish that.
It's
It may
not
keep
going
you from going to the hospital, but it won't keep you from spreading.
Right.
That's right.
It's not 100%.
Yeah.
And
but see the people
wish
that,
it was
it's some
but it's not.
protection.
Yeah,
it's better than nothing.
But here's the thing. But the people who go after you, if you say I've got natural antibodies or I don't want to take it, the thing they go after you on, well, it's not just about you. You should care about other people, so you need to be vaccinated so you don't pass it on to other people. But you can pass it on to other people, even fully vaccinated.
Rick, that's not a good argument, and that's where they've hung their hat.
Right.
And it's not intellectually honest.
It's not true.
It's not honest, and so you need another approach on this.
Or if you just want to say it makes the odds of you passing it. Because we don't know, we have a number of how many vaccinated people get the disease, but we don't know how track how many people the vaccine kept them from getting the disease.
Right, and
it's
hard to keep those
coverage.
numbers,
You can't. There's no way
to
to
know.
know.
And you don't know. We still don't know because, like you say, there's breakthroughs in all of it. Do the people with natural antibodies, are they safer to the overall population than even fully vaccinated? I'm sorry, double vaccinated people. Yeah. Because notice that's a new word that's coming out. You're going to be fully vaccinated when you take the next booster, and then the next booster, and then the next booster. Yeah. But
you'll be triple vaccinated.
Because I just want to be truthful.
Yeah.
Hey man, get fully vaccinated. It ain't about you. Protect other people. But does it? Hey, you got your.
It may help.
Hey,
but it ain't a guarantee.
You got your natural antibodies, but go ahead and get the vaccine anyway, so you can really protect other people. Now, who said that? Who? What? Where does that? Is that something someone told you? Was that on Twitter? I mean, what are you talking about? And now, if you want to say, hey, if you don't have any antibodies and you're out there walking around and you're not vaccinated and there's still, there's the variant is still out there, people still are getting it, and the best way for you to be protected, probably trying to get it and get natural antibodies may not be as safe as if you just go ahead and get the vaccine. I understand that. That logic I understand. But this thing of people with antibodies still need the vaccine, I think that's very scientifically flawed. And then if you get the vaccine, that way you don't pass it on to other people. That's flawed too. I mean, and that's not saying don't get the vaccine. Let's just don't say it for these reasons.
It might give you some protection, but it's not 100%.
Yeah. Just, look. And then you got those out there, and I'm married to one that is completely unexplainable. That woman has been exposed to it so many times. and we can't find an antibody test that she's ever had it unless she's one of these T-cell people. So who knows? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on the blubber.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big as a number. So we did clarify remember the post office thing. That was the first federal mandate that Biden tried to hand down, and they didn't really fall under that. The post office has that weird "we're federal, no, we're not" arrangement. But they say the OSHA thing will get them because they do have more than 100 employees easily. So they will be in that. And as the Biden administration continues to be difficult to follow, Fox News' Peter Doocy, and we'll listen to this, asked President Biden about the report saying that the White House is planning on paying, and Bubba, you told me this a week ago, $450,000 to undocumented migrant families, by the way, who we don't think have been screened for COVID, separated at the border for the first time on record. We are going to see that Biden is going to deny that this is true, but then we're going to do a second clip where it feels like it really does feel like and sound like that they're contradicting themselves, which has kind of been the experience with this administration so far. But here's Ducey asking President Biden straight up about it. Here we go.
There were reports that were surfacing that your administration is planning to pay illegal immigrants who are separated from their families at the border up to $450,000 each, possibly $1 million per family. Do you think that might incentivize more people to come over illegally?
If you guys keep sending that garbage out, yeah, but it's not true.
So this is a garbage report?
Yeah.
Okay. So
$450,000 per person. Is that what you're saying?
That was separated from a family member at the border under the last administration.
That's not going to happen.
Okay.
All right, so unfortunately...
You heard it. He said it's not going to happen.
Unfortunately, the White House spokesperson
said not so fast.
Will now completely contradict. And in all fairness to the president, I want to be fair to him. I don't think he knows what Peter Doocy's talking about. I don't.
Well,
I don't think
they didn't show it.
I don't think he remembers it.
Right, probably about 10 seconds
right.
prior to that, he kind of talked down to Ducey. I was listening to this live, rolling through carpool, and he made a little comment about, "Oh, this ought to be good," because it was coming from Ducey, and just the whole press conference was.
But in President Biden's current mental state, I'm not so sure he's being a politician here as to he really doesn't know what Peter Ducey's talking about.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, this goes to show you. This kind of shows you there's somebody running the government, and then they push him out there. He was not in the meeting. He doesn't remember it. But listen to what they say now.
So here it is.
The president is perfectly comfortable with the Department of Justice settling with the individuals and families who are currently in litigation with the U.S. government. DOJ can obviously speak more to that process. The president what he was reacting to was the dollar figure that was mentioned, that you mentioned to him yesterday. As press accounts to date indicate, there's been press accounts on this, DOJ made clear to the plaintiffs that the reported figures are higher than anywhere that a settlement can land. Again, this is something that the Department of Justice can speak to. I do not have anything more to add to this.
So the president
is. Let me tell you what this is.
I'm with you, Rick. I think he honestly had no idea. I think he heard it, and to him it sounds absurd. He didn't realize he actually.
Why would anybody do that?
That somebody in his group is actually working this out.
Right.
And what this is a big come to this country. We're going to pay you a lot of money. They want to incentivize more people coming to the country. We're going to give you enough money to get set up so you can vote Democrat for life. That's what this is. That's all it is.
Sure.
We don't have to put window dressing on it. They are bribing people to come here to be lifelong Democrat voters. That's what they think they're doing.
Yeah. And I'm going to be kind to the president. I'm not so sure he's just a liar. I think he mentally just doesn't know what's going on.
He wasn't in the meeting. He's not told. He's not running it. Yep.
To the phones we go. Anonymous out of Tennessee. Anonymous, go ahead.
Yes. Even though that places are giving you religious mandates or religious exemptions, they're bullying people into trying to take the vaccine. I'm a 100% remote worker for a hospital, and they are asking me to drive 2.5 hours tested weekly.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't take it and you do have an exemption, what they're trying to do, and you're right, I'm sorry your phone was dropping out. I would have let you continue, but I heard what you said, and we talked about this on the show. They're going to make the requirement, even if you get an exemption, so miserable that they're trying to force you into go ahead and taking the vaccine just so you don't have to keep doing all this stuff.
Yeah.
We also have an update that Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, it has been leaked that he was not vaccinated. So when he was asked and he said he was immunized, he used that word on purpose because he was using some treatments that with his personal doctor that he thought would give him the protection that he needs, and he's furious that it's now been leaked that he was living as a vaccinated player while not being vaccinated. So that's going to be a dandy. So just hey, pay attention for that doozy. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Do want to let you know that the real Greg Burgess and his wife Lisa, that when we got in the partnership with this bunch, you said, hey, we're in.
Oh, yeah.
And you just answer a few simple questions about how you sleep, on your side, on your back, on your stomach. Do you like a firm mattress, a medium mattress, a soft mattress? And then they customize the mattress, and they send it directly to you.
That's right.
And all you have to do is go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We'll save you $200. And, Greg, 100 nights you get to sleep on it.
100 nights, and if you don't like it, send it back. But I promise you're going to keep it.
So you love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so make the move to get yours right now and get truly amazing sleep. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. To Jacob in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jacob, go ahead.
Hey, yes, sir. First time caller, long time listener.
Thank you, man. Thank you for calling.
There are side effects to this medication. My wife has gotten, they gave my wife Bell palsy, but basically her whole left side of her face does not work anymore.
Yeah.
So.
She still got it? How long ago did she get the vaccine?
4 months.
Wow.
4 months, and she still has no use of her left side of her face. Matter of fact, every time she blinks, I think she's winking at me.
Well,
now what is the good? You can find some humor in it. What is the prognosis? What are they saying?
They said it eventually come back.
So which one did she take? Do you mind telling us?
What was it? Moderna.
Moderna. Yeah, she take both shots. She take both shots.
Yes, sir. And the second shot's the one that caused it.
Second one, yeah.
Second one. Well, tell her not to worry about it. The booster probably cleared up. Well, Jacob, you're saying something that's being ignored, and this is the thing that upsets me as well. Don't withhold any information. Let's have complete transparency. Are the odds of you having a side effect pretty low? They are. But when you pretend that it doesn't happen at all, and then the people that are having side effects, they come out with their stories, what does that do?
Yeah.
Makes you think that
what you should have done is said, just like with all pharmaceutical treatments, there's not a 100% guarantee that no one's ever going to have a side effect for pharmaceuticals. We've had side effects for as long as they've existed. Some of them we kind of knew were coming. We thought they'd be mild. And then, unfortunately, we've had some that we had no idea how bad it would be, and it turned out being real bad. So that just really is true. Right now, this vaccine seems to be performing safely for most everybody who takes it, but it doesn't for everybody.
Right.
People sometimes have problems with blood clotting. Some people have the microcardi, whatever the thing is around the heart.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, and then and this guy's, I hadn't heard of Bell's palsy. He says his wife, had Bell's palsy from it. So that's the reason why some people say I just kind of like to choose this for myself and try to make a wise choice. And if I have natural antibodies, I really don't know why you keep getting on me about this. And I'm not crazy about this new word that just showed up on the scene, double vaccinated. It's not as straightforward as everybody would like for us to get in line on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as we start a brand new hour. Trying to get you ready for the weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. And wow, excitement is on the floor.
Man, you got here quick, too.
John, just go on in the office and let Speedy give you that COVID test. And we'll let you right in.
Yeah, come on in. Look, come on in. Let's go. Well, by golly, we're going to embrace you, and we're going to have 2 big scoops.
Dude, I'm so fired up to be here.
How did you end up
I'm even in Speedy's spot.
How did you get here?
We should have got rid of him a long time ago.
I know it. I've been thinking about that for at least 5 years. Man, and he makes good jack too.
He does.
Oh yeah, if we were gonna make a cut, that'd make a difference.
And look, I go cheaper.
I could have left you on red, but I responded to you.
And that was a joke, but I don't find Brother Labber, his family, because he here.
Oh, yeah. That's a fact. What did you say, Greg? What's not a bad word?
Nepotism. That ain't a bad word.
What does that mean?
Well, there's that Louisiana coming out.
Yeah, never
Hey,
mind. I'm
good to
sorry,
see
I was
you.
over your head.
Yeah, we all went to a government school, too. Hey, so how are you today, buddy?
Dude, I'm
John
so...
Morgan, by the way. There he is.
The Raging Cajun.
John Morgan, comedian, singer.
In an unscheduled appearance.
Right, commentator. Doesn't have a lot of good Wi-Fi.
No.
But
That's why Speedy said, you want to do a call-in? I said, we tried that. Didn't work out too well.
Tried that.
Tokyo tuned me in. No.
It was almost a silent movie.
I got an announcement to make. I am extremely excited.
Okay.
You know my daughter, adopted from?
Yes, China.
Absolutely.
That's right.
And she's 18 now.
Wow.
And when COVID broke out, we had to separate her from the family. But she...
John, you're so wrong.
You know what? That's out of line.
Right, it is.
We found out that the donor was actually a bat herder in Wuhan.
You know, I love John Morgan.
That poor child's been through so much. You know it.
And now she's back with the family. We let her out. It's beautiful.
All right.
Yeah, life.
You're awful.
Life is good.
By the way, I wish I knew your email so I could tell everybody how to get it.
He's got a website. Just search.
Right. I talked to Speedy on the telephone 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He said, "Where you at?" I said, "I'm at 31, down by Jim and Nick's." Ooh. Down by the Galleria. He said, "Can you get here?" Knock, knock. I'm here.
Yeah. Quick.
I think he was in the parking lot when he called.
You saw me?
Look, I'll be honest. You know, when somebody that you like and they're funny and they're fun to talk to, it's better to be in here.
Yeah, I agree.
At the phone, it's tough.
Yeah.
Especially now, phones aren't real good.
And I got an iPhone 3.
You can't understand. Yeah, iPhone 3.
Thing's blazing.
Don't even have GPS on it.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Speedy said, "Look, just punch in." Really?
Right.
Punch in. Punch in what? Well, we got a time clock here? Talk to me, dog.
Right.
It's an iPhone 3, baby.
Yeah, I don't have to punch anything in. I'm standing in the parking lot.
I'm right here. Right here.
You did get here awful quick. I don't think you were where you told Speedy you were.
Yeah, we were hoping you'd be here by 9:30, and you bust through the door at 9:02.
Yeah.
You're off the air at 9:30.
No, 10.
Yeah, oh, that's right. We got some time together.
I had you booked for 10:02.
Oh, my God.
The Phillies would have liked it in the closed circuit thing.
Oh,
right.
Closed circuit.
Yeah, that's true. Just a few folks, not a lot.
The deal was that, you know, if I roll into Birmingham,
yeah,
I want to be with y'all. You know what I mean?
That's the way it should be.
And listen, you know what I mean? I'm going to leave everything else alone, but I just wanted to be with y'all. That's all it was. So that's why I called Speedy. You know, and Speedy was like, "Dude, when you come, man, come on."
Yeah.
I was like,
that sounds just like that.
He's high energy.
Yeah.
I run out of the hotel like it was on fire.
Yeah, right.
They had a fire at the hotel last night. I put it out.
Are you serious?
All joking aside, I went outside, the garbage can was on fire. Might have been a cigarette I threw in there. Not too long. But all I'm saying, I felt responsible.
You figured you could help him out.
So, and look, brother, not only that, the dude that's out there, he gonna hand me a fire extinguisher. Asked me if I knew how to use it. I said, "I don't know, but they got a lot of parked cars around here. You might not want to spray that."
That's right.
So give me 2 bottles of water. So I'll give me 2 cups of water. So he go in there to get 2 cups of water. He gone. Five, garbage can still burning.
He didn't come back?
Still burning. So I ran in there to the little gift shop and I grabbed 2 bottles of water. The lady said, excuse me. I'm like, no. Kept on running, put it out.
Right,
I felt very good this morning. I did.
You did. Well, it was heroic.
I felt heroic. I was bowed up a little bit. Yeah. I felt my chest,
Yeah.
I didn't look like the UPS man, but I mean, I look good.
Yeah, right.
Which I found out during COVID, he come to my house a lot.
I know.
More than I expected. Right. We stay home, we see a lot of things that we don't know. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Look, 1 time you delivering a package. 2 times you forgot something. 3rd time you're looking for something you ought not be looking for. And I don't even know what the prerequisite for UPS man. What do you got to have? NFL football legs and that bubble butt? With the way my legs are and my butt, I mean, I'd deliver hub grub or something like that. Here's your Subway. I don't even have a rear end. I got 2 sticks run right to my back. I could do laying down.
I saw you pause.
You heard me. I tasted that Tabasco before. Listen, I didn't even play for that team, but he had a nice butt. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh my God, John.
Listen, whatever, dude. I went inside. I couldn't get out quick enough though, because my slippers caught me. I wear slippers. Front poking out with the toenail turning yellow. Looked like I've been smoking unfiltered Pall Mall with my feet. But I want.
You realize how long this has been cooped up?
Oh yeah. Well, it's like somebody's let him out.
But I ain't worrying about it. I went inside and ordered 2 more packages. He coming tomorrow.
You know what he's like. You ever had the dog put up in the crate for a long time?
And then it just runs around the yard in circles.
All of a sudden you just shut it down. Somebody let Big John out. So are they letting everybody come see you? I mean, what are the crowds like?
Last night was pretty good, man. It was pretty good, man. Do you know there's some good, faithful followers of mine in this great city of Birmingham at the Dome? And I got to be honest with you, they're just gentle and loving people,
Yeah.
Had a fine boy show up there last night who opened up for me. Good, really good guy. He doesn't know anything. He's from Canada, and he made a mistake of, talking about, road high, Went in there, the whole big argument.
Well, he didn't cover the whole thing. He just hit one of them?
Yeah, he just hit one. War Eagles were a little bad at that.
You tell him it's
War Eagle! War Eagle! And he was like, y'all had how many championships? Like 1.
All right.
It didn't work out good. It didn't work out good.
You don't do that kind of stuff. It's not like Louisiana. We only have 1 team. That's not very good right now.
No, it really isn't. Well, it's not like Alabama either way. You ain't got a professional one either. But I mean,
they say they're going to beat them Saints.
Roll Tide.
Of course, no quarterback now.
Yeah, God bless it.
Yeah.
But, whatever. We'll do pretty good.
You going to get you, who's your favorite for coach at LSU?
I want the African-American gentleman from Michigan State.
Mel Tucker.
I think he'll be a good man. Listen, guess who else came to us from there?
Yeah,
you got him now. Right, exactly right. And Saban actually brought him down when he came. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, right.
So I mean, I like him. He's a good man, and we need a little color on our team. We need a little color in our administration and move forward. Our dean of our whole school, is an African American gentleman. We're moving forward. It's progressive, and so we'll do well. You know what I mean? We'll do well. On another note, Virginia did pretty doggone good on that election, didn't it?
That fired you up, didn't it?
Did it fire me up?
Yeah.
I'm sad. 700. We reached 700,000 people that passed away on this COVID thing, and you telling me Fauci couldn't catch it? Come on, man, be real.
Don't look, Fauci. We're not a fan here. Not a fan.
Little Nazi.
He was trying to push that bat sandwich. No, we all knew that. Nobody ate a bat.
No.
That's how this thing. He was funding.
You're really going to convince me of that?
Oh, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
How dumb do you think we are?
And then they promised me, my brother, if I got the shot, I wouldn't have to wear the mask anymore. Now I'm on an airplane, got the mask, compressed air, you know what I'm saying? And I got nothing against big people, but the lady sitting next to me pointing to my nose, like lift it up over my nose, And this lady, listen, again, I have nothing against people who are large. God bless you, live your life. But you can't be rolling into my real estate talking about how my nose and just, Are you vaccinated? I said, are you a eater? I mean, what you doing, bro?
How would you like to be on the plane next to John Morgan?
I would love every minute while he's wearing a mask. I'd be thinking to myself, glad we're just going to Atlanta.
That's good radio.
We'll come back more with John Morgan. He gets started on this weekend?
Oh, yes, sir. 1 tonight, 2 tomorrow, 1 Sunday.
Yeah, go see John. Give him a little Alabama welcome. especially Auburn fans.
Boring?
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tried to tell you. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. John Morgan, our guest. All his information will be in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. He's back out on the road. Things opening up a little bit. So you can go out and see John. He's in Birmingham this weekend. We got 2 shows tonight. 2 tonight, 1 tonight, 2 tomorrow, 1 Sunday. John Morgan is here with us, stardome.com if you want to get tickets to that. So, John, the state of the country.
We're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. I know you voted for Biden.
Yeah. Let me just get this highlighted, try to mark that out of there.
So are you? I mean, what are we watching right now?
I'm not a forever Trumper. That's not what I'm about. So let's get that extremely clear. But I am about an individual that looks at us first. Mm-hmm. Look at us first. How can I help other people if I do not help myself first? See, how can I lend a hand to somebody if I've not lent a hand to myself? And that's what we went through, and it was looked at as selfish. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Through Goldilocks. But he gave us something back for a little while. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's okay too. So the country voted some other way. Okay, still listen. I'm still gonna honor. That's my president. I want people to know that. That's fine. But I'm concerned because he don't have his right mind. And you can't tell me that I can't build a pipeline in my country, but you're gonna okay Russia to build one into Germany. The contradictions are really, really bad. They foul-mouth the last president, till they couldn't foul-mouth him anymore. And then now, this president, if somebody says, go Brandon,
How about that?
Hello.
Let's go.
And I have been in many arenas watching sports, especially now my kids, over at LSU and stuff like that, going to the games with them and things. And I've started to chant.
You know got it going?
I did.
Have you ever? I don't know if you follow the Babylon Bee.
A little bit.
Funny.
Funny.
When they keep talking about now how all the Democrats and leftists have kids named Brenda, they don't know how to cheer for them now.
Use the middle name. Go, Michael. Even Michael's looking up, going, "Who's Michael?"
Yeah, right.
My name's Brandon.
But watching the mental
deterioration.
Yeah,
sad.
The cognitive skills are not there,
and the missing of our VP. If she giggles like a witch one more time, I'm just going to lose my mind, man. You in charge of the border, you know what I'm saying?
And been anywhere near.
And you're going to get $450,000? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm thinking about taking a plane to Guatemala and making a trip. You know what I'm saying?
I just told Rick that earlier. I said, that's the best way to make a little money right now.
Just take a trip. Take a little trip. Come on over the border. I can make it. I know I can. I can swim. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the Rio Grande's not that big.
It goes back to this. If you want to pick up a little cash, if you don't want to be bothered about the vaccine, if you don't want to be screened, if you don't want anybody to force you to do anything, just come in here illegally.
Do you know how much Blue Cross Blue Shield went up on me? You hear me? I'm still paying for pregnancy. Ain't nobody else but me on a plane. You know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong. I have a tendency, and what I mean by that is you give me an extra $100 in my pocket on a weekend at a Home Depot or Lowe's garden department. I'm a gay man in a fabric shop. You understand what I'm saying? I'm like, bushes? Oh, my God. Michael, 7 bushes in the white truck. Go, boy, go, boy, go.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? But you don't have to. Tell me.
Settle down.
I don't even know where the story was going.
I don't either. I didn't understand it, but it made me crazy and uncomfortable.
Put that Tabasco back. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Well, we got you. Ain't never forgotten that, have you?
No,
that's why discipline works.
I never will. will.
Yeah, you said something you shouldn't have said.
Do you tell any other radio shows about that?
No, it's embarrassing.
You don't want them getting the ideas.
I'm a professional. I should have been able to handle that.
Yeah. For John to be the cut up he is, he's very knowledgeable on politics,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you can hear that in his humor.
Well, he loves America.
I do. I love this country so much. You know what I mean? My dad was World War II.
Mine too.
That man didn't play around. You didn't play with him. Fathers were different then, We had fathers.
Right.
Right?
They were around.
We had fathers, and you didn't play with him. He didn't come back with PDIQ S11-16-R73. But what he did come back was half, nuts. And his therapy was beat the hell out of us. That was his therapy.
John.
We'd be like, I'm not the Japanese. But I'm not oh, what is that, too soon? That's too soon? That's too soon. Yeah. Too soon. All right. Before World War II.
Where did your dad serve?
He served on the island of Iwo Jima.
Really?
Yeah.
See, my dad was in the Philippines in that area too, so
Yeah.
they may have crossed paths, believe it or not, which is scary for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't it a great thing to be raised by a man in that
Well,
era?
you knew where they stood.
You know what? My father never told us, don't you ever disrespect your mother. He looked at us and grabbed that collar and pulled you real close in and said, don't you ever disrespect my wife.
Amen.
It's a total different ball game nowadays. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
John, I tell you another thing. And people, they just cringe when they hear this. I had my first gun when I was 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It was a rifle. It was a lever action rifle, 22. He put it in the closet and said, don't touch it. You know what I did? I didn't touch it. I didn't need a safe. Didn't need a lock on it. He didn't. He said, "Don't touch it," so I didn't touch it. Never
you knew
did.
what that meant.
Yeah.
My father had
you did.
My
You
father
knew
had
exactly.
his 45 issued handgun sitting on the side of his bed.
Yeah.
We knew.
We
You
had
know
a
what I'm
gun
saying?
rack in the den with all the guns right above your head, and we never touched them. You know why? Because we were told not to.
You were told not to, and you knew the consequences.
Amen.
Because you knew there was going to be a consequence.
And no doubt.
And none of this, stop it, Jimmy. I'm going to tell you one more time. 1, 2, ma'am. As many words as you said, you're on 36.
That's right.
Now, either hit him with a box of Fruit Loops or knock it off.
My dad would spank us on 3 and CC. You never can count on that.
Don't let my children know that. I'm using it.
Right there.
I don't own
Ain't
a
no
gun.
guarantees.
Ain't none. I don't own a gun, never shot one. My son got a shotgun from his papa at 14. My middle son got a shotgun from his papa at 14. My wife's a CSI detective. Got one on the hip, on the back, and on the leg.
Is she really?
Yes. And all I'm saying is that you enter my house uninvited, there's a chance you might get a cap in your rear end.
Right.
But listen, I'm not going to shoot you, but I'm going to scream like a woman until somebody comes down.
Somebody
So
armed.
does your wife go check when there's a noise in the middle of the night?
No. You can't wake that up. No. No, we're all going to die now. We got 72 guns and everybody going to die now. And I'm going to be the only one left with a half bullet in my head going, I can still see him. No, she doesn't go check.
John,
No.
you've been cooped up way too
You
long.
have.
You know
Let
it.
him out. Let
him breathe. Let him breathe.
They should. When you was in Nebraska, they should let you run out in the field or something. I mean, you need to burn some energy off.
I was in the cornfield.
I mean,
It was a maze. Couldn't find my way out.
That is terrible. I don't do cornfields after that Children of the Corn thing.
Yeah, that's all that.
What is it about cornfields? Can we stop making them so scary? All kinds of things walking out there. I know. There's a lot of movies based on scary cornfields. Bottom of the hour. We're more with John Morgan when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big as a number. So, Cord Buddy. So, if you have not seen or heard of Cord Buddy, you really are missing out. CordBuddy.com. Thanksgiving, less than 3 weeks now. Christmas, 7 weeks. A great way to celebrate is give the gift to the Cord Buddy. It's to the guitar what training wheels are to the bicycle. A lot of people do not finish learning to play guitar. Why? Because it takes too long to make music. And so they give up on it. They get frustrated. Well, with the Cord Buddy, the first day you have it, you attach it to the neck of the guitar, and you just press buttons. It holds the chords, and away you go. So you're playing it the first day you get it. It was on Shark Tank. They went crazy over it. It's now doing great. It comes out of Dothan, Alabama.
The English guy bought it on Shark Tank.
I think you're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you put it on the neck of the guitar, and it could be a great gift this season. All you got to do is just go to CordBuddy.com. Be sure and let them know, if you're left-handed or right-handed, because that's going to make a difference when it comes to the Cord Buddy. When it comes to, they got some great guitars too. You can go there. Got a new shipment in not too long ago. And they can don't put this off because we're having some problems getting stuff to you. So go ahead and go to Cord Buddy right now, CordBuddy.com. That's CordBuddy.com. And as you learn to hold the chords yourself, you just take each button off until you're playing on your own.
There you go.
But day one you're playing. Day one. CordBuddy.com or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors and you'll find the link there. John Morgan is with us.
I got a Cord Buddy. I did. As soon as I got it, yeah. But 3-4 weeks later, I opened up for Neil Diamond.
Played Smoke on the Water.
That was fast.
You know what's great? Is we all know who that is.
Absolutely.
That's the sad part. Helmsy's a little clueless, but the rest of it.
He's Googling it right now.
He never did play with Gumby.
The great Gumby.
Oh, that's funny. Adler's in there, thinks it's a wrestler.
So, John,
you own the love, baby.
Listen, Neil, he owned it. Hey, when we were coming up, he had hits, hits everywhere.
Yeah.
What? Where to begin?
John, you mentioned your daughter a segment or two ago. Where is she going to school now?
Well, birds of a feather flock together. I don't want to go on for. She might. She wants to study dentistry. So more than likely she'll attend the university with her brothers at LSU, and it'll be good because she'll finish her pre-med there, and then she'll go on probably to dental school if that dream continues at LSU in New Orleans. So she's a brilliant little child. I just wish her the best, She's not mine right now. She's on her own. I had her 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That was mine. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, she was her mother's. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, Satan got a hold of her. No. She's just crazy, but brilliant. Right. Drama every day.
Sure.
With her little life, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And she has no reason to have any drama. She got in an accident, her first little accident, but which I don't blame her. They don't have good peripheral vision. And what?
That just hit me.
Have you seen her eyes?
What is she doing?
And if she cries, it breaks my heart because the water just pours out because they don't have bottom eyelids. She told me, she said,
this is his daughter. It's his daughter. It's his daughter. He's talking about some random
It's
person.
her daughter.
No, it's my daughter.
John Morgan's daughter.
Absolutely, my daughter. Oh, for me? Stop.
That's right.
Do you know your mother company bought out a radio station in Omaha, Nebraska?
Really?
Todd and Tyler.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's right, because isn't that where Super Tom's having to stay all the time?
So. Yeah. So guess what? If they're on the air, we're going to be on the air till eternity.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, I know.
They don't even have Tabasco in there. Sorry, I can't forget it.
That's why discipline works.
Let me get a little sip of water. I feel like I'm having a flashback.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
She's doing good, though. My oldest boy is about to graduate this semester. He's doing Spanish 4, which got me very upset because some incredible donkey decided that these children were able to learn via the internet, which was the most ignorant thing I've ever seen education in this country do. You understand? You cannot learn a foreign language from the computer. And so he took 2 and 3 via Zoom, and now he's taking 4. You think you can walk into that class, son, and Miss Sanchez or Miss Lopez is going to be, welcome to the class, this is Spanish 4. No, as soon as you hit the door, I said, brother, the best thing you can do is pack your bag, go to Mexico for about 2 months.
Right.
Get you some Babel or Floretta, whatever that other one is.
Babel.
Rosetta. Get her too. You need them all.
Right, yeah.
Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, because it's not going to work, And he's going to be a welder. He's going to be a welder.
Oh, he's going to do great.
And he welds aluminum. Which is one of the hardest, but people ask him, and he has a difficulty with this, and that is, people say, well, if you're going to weld, why did you go to college? And he said, it's a hard question to answer. And I got something the other day that came to me, and I said, son, you went to college for an education, not a job. You
didn't come over that. You found that on the internet.
All right, listen, I found it all right, there was a back passage on. You know what? Just let it go. Anyway, I found it. And he gonna be the best well-rounded welder. You know what I mean? To have that broader experience of life, and not be jaded by the liberalism of higher education's academia. He's but while he was there, I kept telling him, render to Caesar what Caesar's. Render to Caesar what Caesar's. You understand, son? They want you to jump through a hoop, you jump through the hoop. But once that day is done and you are finished, then you stand on your own 2 feet and become the man you're supposed to be. The middle son had long living in a fraternity house, and I think I lost him.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Bless his heart. He's struggling in physics. He wants to be an OT, occupational therapy. So, but you got to take that physics. That physics is wearing him out. I can't help him in that. I had trouble in Math 105.
Right.
Susie can clean the room in half the time. If Mary helps her, how long would it take if Janie helped out? Well, Janie won't left everything hanging around. Tell her to clean it up. We ain't got a problem.
Right, that's right. We solve that right there.
If Valdez can pick half a bag of coffee beans and whatever, you know what I mean? Well, he on cocaine. I mean, because he's picking beans. So
right.
I can't help him. I can't help him.
No.
And college is that type of thing too, where you can't go there. There's no more complaining. Mama can't go there and talk about, Professor gonna look at you and go, you registered at this university? Then leave, for call security. So hopefully everybody develops and moves on, because I want to be free with mama again. And that's the truth.
No doubt.
I want to be in my house. I want to fry bacon naked and feel the burn. I want to get undressed in the utility room and walk to my bedroom without having to worry about anybody. I want to be home with mama by herself.
Right.
I don't want, and before I get too old and everything, don't work anymore. I just want to be with mama, and I want to be able to do the things we did. And I want to buy an old car again. I can't buy no car. All them kids, I just can't.
Nah, I know.
All them kids got cars, you know what I'm saying? He said he gonna take the summer off. I said, really? Me too. Me too. Anyway, I don't know how your phone bill gonna get paid, your insurance, life insurance, food. So, no, this is a different thing. It's different.
Once you've experienced empty nest, it's hard to give it back.
Hard to go back.
It's hard to give it back.
You empty?
Yes.
Oh, amen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, kind of like they can come back.
But I caught myself.
They're not permanently gone, but they're not there most of the time.
My oldest rode through on the way to Atlanta for a job, and I'm doing it too quick now. The minute they hit the door, and how long you here? I mean, and I'm thinking I should not say that. I mean, how do they take that? Now, what's your plan? Are you staying with us for how long?
Oh.
How long are you home? When do you go back? And I mean, I'm glad to see them, but I'd like to know. I got to know that this is not going to be something long term. It's just a visit.
Let me plan on it. When my son moved to the fraternity house, I redid his room. You saying? You know what I mean? That's the first hit.
Right.
But we don't have all those kids. My middle son was the one that brought all the friends to the house. You see what I'm saying? And they eat everything, these kids. And people
Everything.
know.
Like
and the
locust.
same three kids come to the house. Listen, if you send your kids to somebody's house every weekend, good God Almighty, please, in his name, please send them with something. The little kid is heavy and he drink my milk. I caught that kid drinking out my milk jug. You know what I'm saying? First time I ever waterboarded a child with a milk jug. But I don't think he's going to be drinking out of it. Come on.
Yeah.
But so some things, as they move forward, the wife and I want to do things together, you know, and we had kids later in life. When was your first one? How old were you with your first one?
Let's see. The oldest one's 31, so I was in my mid-20s, I guess.
Mid-20s.
Yeah.
I was 30s.
I was in my 30s. I was like 37. So
we got a lot of similarities, John. A lot of
what I mean?
similarities.
Yeah. You know what? Every time I come here, I look at you and I make sure I take care of myself.
Just a reminder.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we have a lot of similarities.
You leave here, you know what you think? That could be me.
Yeah, well, you know, I got sick too, you know. I got real sick last year.
Did you?
Yeah. No, I didn't fight as hard as he did. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But neither one of us could have made it without the help of upstairs. Oh, and I'll tell you about my sacred place when we come back. Oh, my sacred place.
You're going to get emotional about it.
Oh, my sacred place. Oh, my sacred place.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. John Morgan is with us. Now, John, you were almost in tears on the way going to the break there. You just started hollering out Sacred Place.
Man, when I got pretty sick, I
hepatitis A, you say?
Yeah, it was A. It was A, and misdiagnosed a couple of times, and so it got worse. And I went into complete liver failure. Doctor asked me if I drink. I said yes. He said, "Are you a casual drinker or whatever?" I said, "No, I drink before my shows." And he says, "Really? What do you do?" I said, "Comedy." And I had to go through that whole thing. How many shows you do a year? About 200. How many shots you do a show? About 4.
John.
Yeah. So he said, "Well, look, you got 2 scars on your liver. They're fresh. That's from the dehydration of the liver. I don't see any other scars. You're a very lucky man." And he said, while you're healing, it might be best if you didn't fool around with it. So I was like, okay, well, from this day on, it's done. So I'm a year and 4 months, not even touching alcohol.
Good.
Which is so what? But you do what you do, and I feel unbelievable.
Yeah.
Man, I wake up.
Strange concept.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I found a place called Boys Town in Birmingham, Alabama. And Boys Town was founded by Father Flanagan. It's a remarkable story. If you get a chance to get a book, it's called Devotion, Legacy of Devotion. And it's about a man who had an idea beyond religious boundaries of taking young people and taking care of them, right? But I found the chapel called Dowd, beautiful, and he's buried in what used to be the baptismal area. They put his tomb in there. And I'd go in there and on every occasion, and I'd just give myself up. You know what I mean? It's my confessional, one-on-one, mano-mano. Here it is. And so after it was all over, I had prayed during the sickness of, look, man, Flanagan, please, you took care of everybody. Please just intercede for me, So I wanted to go back and give thanks, because I heal quick. And so I go back over there, but COVID's got everything closed. You can't get in.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody made a phone call for me, and an old gentleman, Mr. Herb, met me at the chapel, said, be there tomorrow at 10 a.m. I was there at the chapel at 10 a.m., and I opened up that door, and I went in that chapel, and I walked down that hallway. And when I did, he said, you know where it is? And I said, yes, sir, very familiar. He said, it's yours. I said, Mr. Herb, do you mind if I move the kneeler and the rope? And he said, do what you have to do, son. I moved the kneeler and the rope, and I laid down on the top of that bronze thing, and I just unloaded. I unloaded everything that I ever had with me, unloaded it. And I got back up, put the rope back up, put the needle back up, and I turned around and walked away. And he said, you finished? I said, yes, sir. He said, no, I don't think so. And I said, no, really, huh? He said, yeah, you thank Flanagan? And I said, yes, sir, I did. He said, good, then it's time to go to that main altar and thank the man he asked to help you.
Amen.
And I said, okay, cool, So I did, and it was the most amazing thing in my life. You know what I'm saying? So I said, I want to give back. And I did a show for him. And when I did a show for him, he said, let's do it. We'll get all the parents together. So they had counselors, teachers, administrators, all go into the homes in Boys Town, take care of the kids, and all the parents who never get a chance to break away come and do a comedy show. Had to be squeaky clean, had to be, everything. But you'd be surprised how those parents let loose. And come to find out, I'm performing in front of parents who have 3 of their own children and 8 female girls under the age of 16 living in the house with them. Another family got 11 boys under the age of 17 living in the house with them. What calling did you get to throw yourself in that pit of fire? I got 1 daughter, and I think Satan lives in my house. 8 of them, I'd be in the pits of hell. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, we got to turn this furnace down.
That's a lot of,
you know what I mean? We're Catholic. Let's organize a bingo and air condition this place. So it was amazing to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was my sacred place. So that year ended, and this one began in an extremely positive manner of where I am and what I'm doing and how I feel on stage and what I'm doing. And that's another reflection when you start to, I got rid of the condo in Florida. I got rid of the place in New Orleans. I got rid of stuff. You start thinking, if I drop dead tomorrow, I'm not leaving this all to mama. I'm not doing this to her. I'm not doing this to her. And so I started getting rid of things, downsizing. You start to become practical about what's really important to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so what's important to me now is getting my kids the hell out the house. Get out. Get out.
Right.
Get out.
Yeah, get on your feet.
Get on your feet, skeet skeet. And then now I just want Mom and I to be happy. You know, that's it. She's coming with me to Columbus, Ohio, to do my New Year's Eve show. First time in 25 years, my lips will touch hers for New Year's.
How about
crazy?
that?
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Oh, you kidding? All this time and we never even put priority on that? No. You know,
Right.
Stick and move. You know, so life is good. You know, this shall pass.
So do you think you're going to get your energy back at some point?
No, not at all. You know, I've been concerned about that. You know, I'm on Ritalin now. I'm on Ritalin. No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's
no.
Trust me, the first time we got on TV, all the doctors started diagnosing us with all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I feel bad for any that are watching you right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get a lot of email.
That's good. I need them. I've been lonely lately. A couple of emails from Dr. Hashalam would be great.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Bubba, I hate to do it with John here, but we haven't warned the fan bases. Of
Yeah,
these
I
two
was
schools.
hoping we could miss that. We were, the clock's running out.
We
here.
do this every week. We warn the fan bases that have been assigned Beth Mowens for their game, so they can get mentally prepared for having to hear her do play-by-play. Have you ever heard the female play-by-play?
No.
Never heard her?
No. Who she do play for?
It's different every week.
It's different every week.
Is she local?
She's on ESPN.
Networks, yes.
Oh, they hired her?
Yeah.
Oh. Is it that bad?
Boy, we almost got out of this hour. I know.
Beth,
thought he had.
Beth Mowens will be calling the ESPN2 game, number 18 Kentucky at Tennessee. Or Tennessee at Kentucky.
Adler, put that picture back up. I didn't know she was working with me in this. Look, right there, that press shot.
So Beth Mowens going to be calling the Wildcats. Greg, I'll be doing Wildcats checking on volunteers.
Oh boy.
I'm Beth Mowens. I hang out with the guys, throw a little football. Somebody's picking up yards. John Morgan, somebody call a timeout. We need somebody to call a timeout.
Beth, have you ever seen comedian John Morgan?
I'm a big fan of John Morgan's. I go see us do a comedy show.
Give us the Raging Cajun.
And he said, we call him the Raging Cajun. Down there with the LSU Cajuns. I'm coming down to see Baton Rouge.
Go Tigers. Hey, leave that kid alone. It's my girlfriend's kids on the field.
Coach O taking a look at me.
You're too old.
John,
you got to be a freshman.
You're doing that way
You got to
too
be a freshman. Go Tigers. Why they firing me? I got my 20,000. What up? Coach, what did you feel about that play? I didn't forward that ball and he threw it and that wide ain't come around that, but we were working on that. Go Tigers.
Bubba's been doing the impression. That's all you just say is go Tigers. So I feel bad. You know, that's two big, strong markets for us too. Usually, Beth Mowens can. You know, it's kind of a indirect.
Yeah.
But boy, that's gonna land right. That's right in the SEC right there.
You know, there's a lot of qualified people, and let me broaden that. So to be real, there's a lot of qualified women who can call a game. If you can't call it in the sense of being able to call it, don't call it.
Well, you're talking about a defensive tackler. He plays
so
defensive
shrill.
tackler.
You know how your ears are hurting right now, John? That's what you get.
First now, I pulled a hammy. Pulled a hammy.
No, his last name's Hammy. Oh, I thought he pulled a hammy.
Sorry about that. I thought it was a hammy. I talk authoritative, John, so I know football just like the guys. See you at the Stardome. Beth Mama.
I don't feel sorry for her. I feel sorry for her husband.
Tell you what, you may be out doing shots, but Mama is. John Morgan.
John, thanks for coming by.
Man.
It's the Raging Cajun telling you I love me some Rick and Bubba.
There he goes. Catch him at the Stardome in Birmingham this weekend. Check website for other dates.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
It brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you